brightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 방바늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 처음에 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 내배까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 내배까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면
on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 손들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바라왔던 나 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 손들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 조금 있다 날 때까지 세게 오면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지
Focus on to the task here because there's no more sustain. The feed is filled with Virtus.Pro, the bears they're feasting. The timer slowly ticking, will be able to touch, he goes down forward with a great set of push and damage here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of Marvel Rivals Ignite here in EMEA. We are on day 7, day 3 of week 2, and we have already set 2 of our teams into the EMEA playoffs for their spots, and we are about to decide 2 more as well as decide some grand finals for the groups. I am Tetra, joined by Got Moxie, and we have some absolutely insane games today.
Yes, we have got some amazing games, and we've got some longer series too. This marks the beginning of the BO5s, Tetria. So even though we've got a couple of rematches on the docket, you and I were discussing just before the broadcast that we don't think that it's going to be a free and zero, especially that first one, Zero Tenacity versus All Business. Both of these teams have a couple of tricks up their sleeves, but obviously us being this far in the tournament already, some of those have been revealed.
It felt like All Business got kind of flashbanged by the compositions of Zero Tenacity in their first matchup, getting completely stun-locked, but they've since been on a roll, finding their way tooth and nail through multiple opponents to make their way back to this spot in the lower bracket. But if we talk about interesting strategies and interesting stuff, we've got some incredible games coming up for you in the lower part of the bracket, which we'll get to in a moment. Sorry, in Group B, you can see here, Berber Patapim waiting, looming like an angry tree in those grand finals, whereas we have Zero Tenacity and All Business going for a rematch from those earlier rounds, that upper bracket semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, if it is Zero Tenacity versus Berber Patapim Grand Finals, that will be a rematch as well. But All Business, they're going to have to get past Zero Tenacity, and like you said, a lot of very fun compositions coming on through from the side of Zero Tenacity. We've seen the solo Vanguard compositions coming on through. We've had a little bit of Squirrel Girl action as well, with an amazing crosshair that I'm sure we're probably going to be subjected to at some point if we go back over towards Yggdrasil Path, because the last time that these two teams matched up, it was a 2-0, as you can see. But we can have a look at Group B and see who exactly is going to be waiting on the other side, because, surprise, surprise, it's not Virtus.Pro. Rad were the team that managed to beat Virtus.Pro, the first ever defeat that this team has had, and they're going to be awaiting to see whether or not it's going to be a Virtus.Pro rematch, or if they're going to be able to go head-to-head with Insomnia, who they missed fighting on, considering in the double elimination stage, the two teams started on the other side of the bracket.
Insomnia have had some of the more creative and real scrappy, aggressive drafts that we have seen, whereas Virtus.Pro, after losing it to Rad Esports in that upper bracket semi-final, seem to have fallen into their preferred meta for this setup. With Rad waiting for them in the finals, we'll see if that reset of their drafting style will lead them to a rematch victory. But first, they will have to try and get past Insomnia, who would love a rematch of their own.
And I mean, you said it, draft. We have to talk about it, Tetria. Advanced draft system. It's the first time that we're getting to see this come on through. And a lot of these teams are still trying to figure out the finesse around it. Virtus.Pro were able to win against Peps yesterday, but a large part of it was down to the fact that they were able to secure one-sided Cloak and Dagger, who has become very much the star of Season 2. Let's be honest, Cloak and Dagger appreciation is at an all-time high. And both of these two teams, Zero Tenacity and and All Business already know it.
And it's not just here in EMEA. A lot of the other regions are starting to jump up with it as well. We've been seeing the Cloak and Dagger getting banned out in Asia and China specifically, more so than Luna in some cases. Lunas and Lokis, the go-to bans for this season for almost every team in EMEA, are starting to slip back into games every now and again. And that's frightening to see just out of how dominant those characters have been throughout every season so far.
Zero Tenacity's roster here, and something that's actually really fun about this team is the actual experience that they have in comparison to some of their ages. Ducky 1 is actually only 16.
Whoa.
Which is insane to know that at this level, he's already been able to make it all the way up here. His username, by the way, was picked up because when he was a kid, he got bitten by a duck. And apparently that moment haunted him, and it's been haunting the teams that have been coming up against him too. As All Business, one name has been the terror that has been taking down a lot of these teams, and definitely influencing the advanced ban drafts. Tuzi got triple panned out yesterday for his duelist roles against Low9 and still was able to sweep on through.
For starters, you mean to tell me that Ducky was bitten by a duck and became a pro Marvel Rivals Ignite player, and I was attacked by a swan and got absolutely no skill out of it whatsoever? This world is unjust, but not as unjust as some of the injustices attempted by Low9 against All Business. Like you said, they went the triple ban phase versus Tuzi, taking out the torch and everything else they play as well to try and limit their options and try to just get the drop on them. But All Business were able to stand on business, push on in, and were able to take the win.
Yeah, I mean, Tuzi on that Heller, I believe, actually swept up 33 eliminations at the end of that one. And what's even more impressive as well is the fact that Low9 had a Psylocke who was trying to hunt down that Heller, but time and time again, we got to see Tuzi getting the better of it. And I mean, when you see Tuzi's stats, you'll see why he is so well respected. The stats here on the left are his performances with the team in MRC. The stats here on the right, from the 8 maps that he's played so far in Ignite, well, that's his performances in the last 2 weeks. And of the 8 maps, he's taken 6 MVP and SVPs.
That is a massive ratio, and also just the average knockouts almost doubling their performance since MRC against some of the best teams in the world, and a solid 50% increase on their average damage done. They just keep getting better. Soon they're just going to overwhelm the system.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be overwhelming the advanced pick and draft. And I mean, All Business do tend to take advantage of that, because if you try and target burn out Tuzi, you do leave other things up in the air for the other roles, so you can ideally get a better Vanguard or a better strategist. As is something that a lot of teams in both EMEA and NA are learning, where they do their interviews. You know, some of these teams like Egodaf, right, with Self and his Panther, he actually said in his interview over there that if you ban the Panther, you lose, because something better than the Panther and more meta is going to be able to get through. So I really want to see how Zero Tenacity are going to approach this, because they've beaten out Tuzi before. It was a 2-0 the last time that these two teams matched up, and Zero Tenacity had the read, had the download on All Business that time.
It was a 2-0 on Burning T'Challa, a 2-1 on Yggdrasil Path. They were able to lock them out in that setup, making it very difficult for All Business to make a lot of movement through. And this is even without the creative Wolverine draft that we did see from Zero Tenacity in their first round games. They've shown they've got the flexibility. They've shown they've got some tricks up their sleeve, like we say. The question is, now that All Business are back on their roll again, and Tuzi has shown just how deadly they can be on multiple picks, will we see maybe imitation of Low9 trying to target them out to at least maybe get them onto something less scary? Is that trade worth it, even though you know they're still just that good?
Yeah, I feel like if you're Zero Tenacity, you want to just imitate what occurred the last time these two teams matched up, especially on the first map. It's always going to be domination at this point. It's a random domination map. The highest seeded team is going to be able to decide which side that they want to be starting off on, so attacker side or defender side. Doesn't change where you spawn on domination, but it does change the drafts and the ways that you get to go about them. And the last time Zero Tenacity were were more than happy to let 2Z have Torch, even though they gave Slowpoke Ultron because they had Smashness on the Mirror Torch, and they actually ran an Adam Warlock composition where he acted as a pseudo-duelist, being able to duel out the Johnny Storm in the sky.
Something we've been seeing quite a bit from a couple of the teams, including Virtus.Pro, who we'll be getting to later today. The Adam Warlock's been jumping in, and also in other regions, to the point where it was, during week one of the most banned and picked characters in the Americas. It is seeing a massive rise in play, even though he himself cannot rise or fly, stuck to the ground unless they ult.
He kind of has a rise animation when he's pulling off his Karmic Revival, I would say. But yes, canon Adam Warlock being able to fly and then being probably one of the worst mobility characters in Marvel Rivals the game, it will never fail to put a smile on my face. It is probably almost as bad as Magneto not being able to fly. But it is what it is, and Adam Warlock is still incredibly strong in his own right. He might not be able to move, but he absolutely can win a 1 versus 1 if you're not careful, especially given the fact that a lot of these Adam Warlock players know the full way to get the min-max out of his kit, but you don't always want to be using your snaps to heal your team. If you look down right at the ground or you face a wall, you get the full burst heal on yourself instead, so you can utilize that to perma full heal yourself if you get dived on solo by a Psylocke.
There's also the fact that they are a hit scan character, one of the few strategists along with Ultron and a little bit of Luna who are able to just try and pick off a lot of these flyers that are just becoming so popular. They've got a little bit of self-protection. The Cosmic Cluster, of course, is a projectile, but the Quantum Magic is very scary in terms of actual DPS output.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you see Adam Warlock stats, you would be remiss in thinking that they were a duelist themselves. Like, Sparker's Adam Warlock stats alone make me want to hide underneath the bed covers with how accurate he is. In fact, when this composition was starting to pick up a lot of motion overseas, because it actually originated over in Korea, it was, instead of being called the Triple Rise comp or the Guardians comp, as some refer to it, it was called the Korea comp. And it was because all of the Korean duelist players who were playing duelist in other games came across into Marvel Rivals, picked up the Adam Warlock, and single-handedly put a stop to any flyer meta developing for months, because you had your Storms and you had your Torches, and none of them wanted to challenge an Adam Warlock.
And then you compare that to EMEA in the Americas, where we saw a lot of Iron Man in Season 0, then, like you say, the Storm appearing in Season 1, and then as we move on, of course, Johnny Storm, that Human Torch, creeping in as the drafts and those new hero releases come on out. We're heading into the draft, and it looks like we're going to be seeing all business getting the first Protect out here, as we're going to see the Magneto Mirror Ban.
Yeah, Magneto taken off of the table, so no Bulwark bubbles coming on through to stop dives, and also no Meteor M to be able to absorb entire ultimates, like Galactic Legend from Star-Lord or parts of Supernova from that Torch. Zero Tenacity already going to be breaking from what we traditionally see, removing the Luna first to weaken the resources that 2Z is going to have access to before they secure Smashness's Torch to be able to go toe-to-toe with him. Potentially we see a Psylocke get removed as well from Zero Tenacity side, and then I wonder if they go for the Inviswoman last.
It's a good question. We did see Zero Tenacity play extremely aggressive with this Torch, using the high ground of being in T'Challa last time, those lower walls from the entranceways to the actual open hallways to snipe down and make it very hard to hit Smashness. But like you said, they have a Invisible Woman as an option for that to potentially protect flyers. Loki will get banned out, keeping it nice and simple just in case there's a little bit of backline dive as well. Zero Tenacity, they have that Wolverine comp that could be at least protected slightly against from Loki.
Something to note is that Zero Tenacity have not saved a single Vanguard so far. If All Business really want to target the roll down, they could remove the Emma Frost from Zero Tenacity side, as we're going to see Zero Tenacity take out the Psylocke, and yeah, there it is. All Business remove the Emma, and having saved the Emma, if Zero Tenacity want any form of dive in that composition, they're going to have to be incredibly worried about the counterplay that comes on through when they try and hit the back line off of either Diamond Form, Carbon Crush from the Emma, or even a Bionic Hook from the Bucky.
One-sided Luna coming in for Zero Tenacity. So they now have the Torch and the Luna to keep them sustained. They could even, like you said, go for a little bit of a one-sided Psylocke in from their own side to try and snipe in. Will we see All Business focus the Vanguards? With the Emma already down, they're looking at Strange really target that single roll, and that's a lot of those big barrier heroes getting removed. Options, if they choose to go for it, would be limited, but no, they take out the Adam. We were just talking about it. It's exactly what Zero Tenacity ran in their first matchup, using the triple res setup with the Human Torch instead of the Star-Lord.
Yeah, and this is going to make, if All Business want to run the Torch and the Ultron together, they're definitely going to have a much easier time staying up in the sky. Looks like they're going to prioritize picking up the Loki. We could see that they were toying with the idea of banning out the Strange from Zero Tenacity side, as we have known that Zero Tenacity are one of the few teams actually comfortable rolling solo Vanguard as, okay, Zero Tenacity, target ban the Torch. Tuzi is removed out of 2 of his roles and is likely going to be forced onto either the Punisher or potentially something like that Star-Lord, as unfortunately for both of the sides, Cloak and Dagger is going to be in play, but I think for Zero Tenacity, they want to prioritize having the Invis for the synergy between the siblings.
Tuzi has so far this season of Ignite shown Psylocke, Torch, Punisher, Hela, and for a very short period, Iron Man. The Punisher, as we've seen this season, is the most reliable, safe option to start off with the possibility to swap off if need be. And of course, Slowpoke starting on the Storm. If they're not planning on running a Mantis, it's at least a little bit of damage boost, and then combining that with the Cloak and Dagger means the Punisher can have an extremely good time.
I do worry though, if Zero Tenacity do stick with the Invis over the Cloak and Dagger, one of the ways that a lot of the teams have been counterplaying the invisible boundary is by having that Cloak and Dagger use Eternal Bond to be able to invade into that space, and then Terror Cape comes through, which applies that 28% damage vulnerability for the next 3 seconds, which does not get cleansed by the Invis ultimate, so it is going to be a major weakness in the composition when Zero Tenacity try and use something that should give them stability.
Knuten starting on the Winter Soldier, knowing that there'll be a little bit of mobility around. Potentially a flyer can try and pick him out the air with a tainted voltage, and they don't go for any kind of traps or quick pickups. They go for positioning due to the fact that they have the Torch, and they can now try to punish on the approach.
Yeah, Luga is actually on the Captain America as well, going to be trying to go in, disrupt as much of All Business as possible to deprive resources and set up potential for this Punisher. As at the moment, Zero Tenacity have to give respect. They're waiting for the dive to come on through. They turn around, see the Captain America, but at the same time, Luga has been able to pick Znost. That's absolutely huge. All Business are down a major source of resources, and it's going to be up to Tuzi to try and give them the space to stabilize with this Punisher turret, but he's getting pressured out by Smashness, who drops outside of it, and Zero Tenacity are still in full control at this point.
But no one's been able to actually get any percentage on the board. There comes the pickup onto Welsh Mania from Smashness, moving in with that Maelstrom of Madness. They are chasing back the members of All Business as Zero Tenacity, taking advantage of the fact they had the position that All Business had to move in to capitalize and punish anyone who overstepped, and they will claim the first percentage on the board.
Oasis should be able to get one of the first ultimates on the board, but is likely going to hold on to it until Ducky 1 has the Eye of Agamotto to get the damage boost for the 40% push onto that Maelstrom of Madness. Smashness slowly but surely building up to that Supernova, also making it incredibly tricky for All Business to approach. It's going to be a reliance on Welsh Mania. Dive into the backline, force the peel. Frontline core is going to have to try and turn their heads and deal with this one, as out comes Eternal Bond from closer so that All Business can get aggressive. They've got the picks too. Tenacity though, they're stubborn, they're trying to fight this one out.
Using that final judgment to zone everyone away, but it's gonna be All Business with that who claim the point. Zero Tenacity tried to duel it, but it was not enough. Just an overwhelming rush by All Business, but they burnt 2 big ultimates for it. Traded out though, we did see a Kraken Impact and an Invisible Boundary, so it works out as a 2 for 2, which is huge news for All Business.
All Business though, they have to worry. They can't stack up right now. If they get hit into Eye of Agamotto, it's going to be a Maelstrom of Madness that will be able to find picks unless Znost is able to come on through with that regeneration domain. They're trying to just break as much terrain as possible as well, keeping an eye on where this range could potentially be. Tuzi sees the Captain America, repositions the peels there. Supernova is going to try and split the team in half, and at the same time, they're able to hit into the back lines. Znost on that Loki is down. God of Mischiefs now being removed from this fight, and it's up to Freedom Charge to hold the point instead.
giving them a lot of bonus health. Ayamagamoto from above onto the backline with the Fate of Both Worlds, and they clean on up. Zero Tenacity will recap there with an insane move out, but they are now down to just the Freedom Charge. That is all that is left in terms of their ultimates. Welsh Mania already using theirs for all business, but they still have Psionic Seduction, they still have Rage of Ultron, and they have any ultimate they want, most likely an Eternal Bond moving in there from Znos on that Loki, who's already going in for the clone to set it up.
Yeah, already going in. So too is Slowpo. Rage of Ultron comes out to make sure that all business can safely intrude with the Eternal Bond and get close enough to the point to use the Terror Kit when Zerk and Tenacity try and come through for the recontest. Eternal Bond with the copy is now removed, but Closer is going to have another ultimate in this fight. Psionic Seduction is looking for the picks. They're trying to take down Smashness before the touch can hit that Supernova. Around the corner, though, Zero Tenacity are able to stabilize. Carbon Crush almost kicks the Invis Woman into the team, but manages to take Winnie down, and all business are finding the picks that they need to keep this fight firmly in their control.
It's currently 83 to 60% in favor of Zero Tenacity, but all business hold the point right now. Ultimates, Tuzi, another final judgment is an incredible tool to try and finish this. Supernova, Ayamagamoto nearly ready with the Supernova already up, Invisible Boundary to protect that torch. We saw an incredible use of that Guardian Barrier to keep Smashness up after Tutatuch landed that Psionic Seduction, meaning that they were able to retreat and keep that torch nearby so they can siege in and regroup.
It's not going to be enough. The Invis Boundary is going to get counterplayed. The Eternal Bond, there it is. Final Judgment, Tuzi's in, but Knutson comes through with an absolute hero moment. Grabs the Punisher, takes him down before Final Judgment can shred through the entirety of the team. Eternal Bond still up, though. Closer has not fallen. Now the Cloak and Dagger ultimate is done, but Slowpo's got the next cycle. Rage of Ultron isn't even needed. It's kept in the pocket for the next round. Zero Tenacity try and keep overtime in play with a portal.
They're running people in one at a time, but that means they're getting taken down one at a time. Portal coming out as that bar is ticking lower and lower. Immediately locks down with the Carbon Crush and the Crystal Kick, but they're still able to hold the line. Newton with some lovely shots from above with the healing output with the Rage of Ultron. It's just a little bit too good. Kraken Impact for the last ditch effort. Resets on Loki clone number one. Bionic Hook onto Loki, the real one this time, to try and get the finishing blow, but picked off by the running in Tuzi, who also swapped to Strange for the reinforcement. And with the Eternal Bond, it looks like we're going to see Cap cleaned down, and all business are just running it down here to keep control and stop Zero Tenacity from reclaiming.
What a play from Toot! We absolutely need to toot the horn of that one. That was Carbon Crush cancelling Eye of Agamotto. As Zero Tenacity with Ducky fell through that portal, he was trying to come through with the Eye of Agamotto, and that would have succeeded in finding picks to Zero Tenacity's side, and then maybe the Kraken Impact off of the Loki clone resets would have been able to find the fight win that they were looking to use to hold on. As it is, a lot of those ultimates got sunk into that last fight. Ducky 1 was CC'd out of his ultimate, so he at least retains 50% charge forward and actually was able to build up a further 35% in the fight that followed, so he'll have it online, but unfortunately for them, Oasis is not going to have that Fate of Both Worlds to be able to boost it up.
You can see here a lot of ults being protected. Only a rocket being swapped over for the side of Zero Tenacity. No rocket or penny for all business. They're going in without any of that bonus health, but they were going to Terra Cape for a quick speed boost.
Yeah, all business going to be rolling on out. Very close to that Eternal Bond. Tuzi should be able to get Final Judgment up online in no time too. Zero Tenacity need to win this fight so that they don't have to play retake into a Punisher that has all of the space in the world to set up and keep Smashness on this torch grounded. He's having to play around all of the natural cover, making sure that he doesn't get poke pressured out. Keeps an eye on the Captain America too, so that they know when Watchmania is going to try and hit the backline and force Zero Tenacity's attention to split.
Ducky currently trying to hold the point, keep control, holding with that Psionic Seduction until they see a couple more members of Zero Tenacity emerge from their hidden spots. They found them from behind that pillar and will try and commit to this to try and stop the setup on that Punisher, but it's not going to be enough. Forcing out the regeneration domain, and no one's going to get pulled in as Lugia going to keep the team topped up. Ayamagamoto catches multiple members coming turret to block the crowd control.
Huge grab as well from 2. Maelstrom gets through, but no follow-up damage after the fact. But Supernova is still sounding off, and Smashness and everyone else on the ground are able to target focus one by one. All Business's players are down. Tuzi is going to have the final judgment, but crucially, Closer does not have the Eternal Bond. It's going to be a reliance on the God of Mischief coming on through from Zenost instead. But Zero Tenacity, with a final judgment of their own, might be able to take the Punisher down. The thing that can really change this fight, though, is that Terror Cape. If Closer and Zenost are both on the Cloak and Dagger, that's 2 Terror Capes from their end.
They could get a serious amount of damage up, and especially if they're able to stagger them together to combo with that Punisher and with that Ultron, Range of Ultron AoE into that Terror Cape could really set them up as the first one is going to come on out. Not does go for the clone, and here they come. Eternal Bonds holding the line, at least for the moment, as Tuzi and Newton both taken down simultaneously here. No Punishers in this fight, as both teams are just sustaining on through with the help of those big strategist ultimates to keep everyone topped up, chasing down onto Slowpoke to try and finish them off with those shotgun-like blasts from Smashness, but unable to do so. The healing output is just too much, and Zero Tenacity are ever so slightly zoned off the point, regroup and try to go back in, but no! Tuzi returns, and with the help of Slowpoke zones them off the point.
They're trying to fight it still, though. Invis Boundary gets invested. Ducky one's going to be coming through with the Eye of Agamotto, and it catches the entirety of All Business's back line. Fight instantly swings back into their favor, and they did it while retaining full possession of the point the entire way through. A late stagger pick onto Slowpoke nets them almost 80%, and we barrel towards final fight territory. All Business, yes, have the Eternal Bond and the Rage of Ultron, but it's going to be a portal play to avoid the pokes so that they don't allow Zero Tenacity to build up ultimates before this fight properly starts.
Culling turret through the portal so they can at least siege in the Loki firing squad. Also sending a couple shots down, but here they go in for the commit. Trying to find Newton on the flank, but Smashness is uncontested, using the portal for extra cover here as they've rushed off the point in some cases to try and zone away the members of Zero Tenacity. All Business are giving everything they can. Lugia pushing on to try and keep everyone zoned away with that freedom charge to create any space they can. Smashness finds Closer, removing at least some of the healing. Strange comes in for the melee and takes them out with a Maelstrom. Range of Ultron to try and hold, but All Business, they're starting to get ever so slightly zoned out. They've claimed the point, but with final judgment for Zero Tenacity, they're going to try and end this here.
Znost tries to go for the copy, manages to find the fate of both worlds from the opposing side's Luna. Both of the dance floors are sounding on off, but unfortunately, Tuzi's final judgment is still reigning supreme. He comes on through with the later, manages to catch Knuten as this just ends, and All Business will be able to hold on, but it was a huge investment. That's already the teleport recontest gone from their side. Ducky 1 should be able to come on through with one of their own, as well as having that Invis Boundary to give them a nice safeguard if a freedom charge aggressively tries to hit the backline.
On the other side, we have 55% on Range of Ultron, 84 on Tututut with that Eye of Agamotto for a potential turnaround. On the strategist, though, Range of Ultron is all they have. 33% on Closer, 20 on Snot. They're relying on Welsh Mania with the Freedom Charge, which will be activated to give them that bonus health with a sort of pseudo-strategist ultimate here. Eye of Agamotto sent on in, but Force Physics pushes them back.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, though, because Force Physics actually meant that it connects onto Oasis. That being said, Ducky 1's Eye of Agamotto with the Maelstrom follow-up is slightly more successful, and that is going to be Zero Tenacity just having to deal with these late-minute staggers from All Business's side. Point is cleared, and we go another round of Krakoa. We said that it is a potential 5-mapper between these two teams, and with how much of a seesaw Cradle really felt like, feels like we're going to be headed down that path, Tetcher.
5 maps, 7 rounds per map in some of those convoys. We could be seeing some intense matchups between these teams as they try to find any space, try to find any way that they can claim a victory. Already 10 final hits for Tuzi with 19k damage, but it's being dwarfed by Smashness and Knuten with 21k and 22k damage just being unleashed, with the triple strategist spreading out that healing to try and make sure that Tuzi is uncontested.
Yeah, Tuzi and Slowpoke are trying to do something very similar to what Knuten and Smashness are doing. If you look at one, the one up in the air gets way more space. vice versa too. However, Torch and Punisher's damage output is slightly higher than a hero whose role is designated as a strategist, despite the numbers that they can indeed post on up. And the breakpoints and quickness that a Torch can take you down is much faster in comparison to the Ultron 2. Speaking about takedowns, Tenacity are looking for a very fast one. Culling turret comes on through. This angle not really buying Knudsen all that much, and dissatisfied with it, he decides to drop out early and join his team on the low ground.
Rage of Ultron being drop charged up from last fight, saved. They just ran their whole body onto the point instead of burning that ultimate. Trying to get onto the pickup. Lovely taking out Knudsen there, but will be run on down by Lugia and chased, picked off with that fearless leap.
Zero Tenacity now, they really wanted to win that first fight, and the fact that they invested that teleport recontest is going to make it pretty dicey to get SmashNez aerial up against all of the space and angles that all business are going to be able to control. Both Tuzi and Slowpoke, and even Zanos to a degree, need to make sure that you find out the angles that those are playing from so that you can avoid it. SmashNez is getting some support from the team, at least with the Idol Aura coming on through from the Luna, and there is good cover around it as Zero Tenacity decides, you know what, we're just gonna charge on in. Freedom Charge and Final Judgment get paired together as all business hold on to their ultimates and pay for it with their lives.
Watchmania was about to run in, realized that their team was very much zoned out, so they kind of just got stuck in limbo. Gets picked off for their troubles. As we see Slowpoke taken out as well, Zero Tenacity taking control of the point. All business. They already got 40% on it though. They were able to get a lovely early pickup.
And they've got both strategist ultimates, a Freedom Charge upcoming, and a Final Judgment. Zero Tenacity, in the meantime, they do have Oasises, but that's not going to stand up to snuff underneath all of the damage that can potentially come through from all business side, especially if Zanos goes for an aggressive copy. Fate of both worlds is going to be safeguarding the Punisher, but SmashNez forces them to have to stick on a Q aura rather than the damage boost, and that means that no picks have come through. Zero Tenacity buy themselves the time to come back in with the Eye of Agamotto. Supernova still out. SmashNez still a threat for all business to have to deal with, as they don't have the luxury of being able to look up.
Trying to lock onto them with that Ultron, retreating into at least some of the healing with that invisible boundary. Rage of Ultron going in for that aerial duel with the Psionic Seduction to try and lock down the backliners. They can't focus on that torch yet until they take everyone else out, but finally they can turn it, using the Flaming Meteor to try and dodge out and get back onto the point for a turnaround, but they are extremely outnumbered. Yet another flip as all business are taking back control with, yeah, you mentioned it, an aggressive God of Mischief from Zanos, who just tried to overpower, and that forced out so many resources and so much scattering from Zero Tenacity that all business were able to pick people off.
Zero Tenacity, though, they do have the combo that we saw previously, and even without both the Luna and the Invis' investment, it seems they're more than happy to just send Lugia charging on through, Knudsen behind him when the Freedom Charge hits. And speaking about behind, Lugia is already all the way behind. We're going to try and leap on through. Pyro Prison has shut out a lot of the space that all business could try and rotate away from that Captain America. In fact, it's forced them off the point entirely. Zero Tenacity have been able to get Knudsen into such a good position that they might be able to find the flip if anyone tries to get closest force physics into annihilation.
They are dominating right now, full control. Finally, they're going to be able to rush on them with the Scourge Grenade. Knudsen backs up to the high ground and is just getting ready to send a couple shots. Like you say, they know there's only one person left with the stagger, chasing down Slowpoke. We are at 83 compared to 69 for Zero Tenacity. All business in the lead. Zero Tenacity hold control.
They've got Supernova in the next fight. They're also going to have the Eye of Agamotto and the Fate of both worlds to be able to damage boost it. All business need to have a hero play moment. Rage of Ultron can potentially be that turning factor, but it's going to be up to Tuzi with the Final Judgment to be the final that all business needs to be able to take this fight through. SmashNez is getting pressured, doesn't go for the full commitment. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto into the Supernova follow-up that's already forced out that regeneration domain. Invis boundary has to be invested so that all business can go on to that point in anticipation of the overtime. And Zero Tenacity give it away. They know that there's another fight afterwards, and that all business burned a lot of their ultimates just to hold that space.
This does mean this is likely going to come down to one last fight, with All Business also approaching their own overtime here. And look what they were able to keep. They did burn that Range of Ultron, they burned that Invisible Boundary, but they still have Final Judgment. They still have God of Mischief, and they are very soon about to have their own Freedom Charge, which is giving a huge amount of extra bonus. Nice lockdown to try and trap Lunia, who's rushing on in to create some space. Portal comes out from Ducky, so their team can come in for the reinforce. Not onto the point, as they don't want to get caught out by Toot.
No, he went into the back line. They've already been able to take down Tuzi, which means that Canute's Final Judgment is entirely uncontested. Inside the Invis Boundary, it might not be enough to stand up against an Eternal Bond, but it stands up against nothing. All Business are wiped out in the blink of an eye. It's going to have to be a teleport play that comes on through from closer, but the body block is there. So too is the Culling turret. The Strange steps through and is taken down immediately, and Zero Tenacity walk away with Krakoa under control.
What a close game, coming down to literal seconds, trying to swap in with the Loki at the end. If they just got that regeneration domain up in time, they might have been able to make something happen. If they'd just been able to swap bodies in time, they might have been able to make something happen. But Smash Nez, showing just how powerful this Human Torch is, able to zone, able to just burst on through people, take Jules in the sky versus Ultron. This was their game in control, creating so much room for Knudsen down on the ground.
Yeah, Knudsen being able to pick off Tuzi. That was the thing that just immediately bagged Zero Tenacity that point. Because if it comes down to a Final Judgment versus Final Judgment, Invis Boundary is not going to be enough. It's one of the lower end healing ultimates in the game, 165 heals per second, in comparison to something like a Cloak and Dagger's Eternal Bond, 250 heals per second. Same thing with Fate of Both Worlds from the Luna. But because it's not a Punisher versus Punisher, it's one Punisher, no Punisher. And it's just immediately not even close. Final Judgment comes through. All Business try to stack every single resource that they have available to hold on for Tuzi to come back on through, but it's just not enough, as Zero Tenacity are free to pocket Knudsen to victory.
They had so much control, Zero Tenacity, and yet still All Business got them repeatedly. This really did come down to those last couple seconds. Slopo, like you said, tried to mirror the same idea, but with a little more single target as opposed to some AoE zoning, leaving Tuzi, we already know, is absolutely insanely good at this game to have a lot of freedom of their own. But you mentioned Knudsen finding the targeting when needed, wrapping around from behind and making sure that they got rid of them early to take that final fight.
Yeah, Ducky won with really smart portals too. Instead of portaling onto point or portaling directly onto the enemy team, portals behind them so that he can use the threat of Eye of Agamotto to force everyone from the side of All Business to have to turn around and adjust. They know that the strategists can't actually heal for themselves because Eye of Agamotto with Maelstrom of Madness, now that it has no damage fall-off, is actually still going to be able to find the picks. So all of a sudden, those resources which should be going in to prioritizing keeping Tuzi alive so that when we go to that last fight on point, when it's the 6 versus 6, it's Final Judgment versus Final Judgment, they can't afford to place them on the Punisher. They have no choice. Their hand is fully forced to have to turn around and help their backline, and that's when the rest of Zero Tenacity get aggressive, because we're actually following the Stranger's POV, and up in the pick feed we see Knudsen takes down Tuzi because there's absolutely no resources near him. It's really good timing. It's dive timing, to be entirely honest, in a brawl composition that works out perfectly.
And with a fantastic draft coming in from Zero Tenacity into some beautiful play, but All Business, they're still fighting for this matchup. Will they be able to bring it back and take us to a 1-1? Find out after this short break.
우리 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 그 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
Well, be it Celsius or Fahrenheit, as both outside and here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA, things are definitely heating up. Zero Tenacity versus All Business. We've been building up this matchup. We've been saying this has the potential of going to a full series between these two teams. And after that scorching Krakoa, I'm pretty sure that unless something goes terribly, horribly wrong in the advanced pick and ban system, Tetcha, that's exactly where we're barreling towards.
We're going to keep seeing these teams evolve. We've already been seeing Zero Tenacity go with a little bit more of a targeted draft versus All Business, whereas All Business stayed a little bit more in terms of the usual pattern we might see from a draft. But as such, Zero Tenacity were able to get smashed. There's back on that Human Torch, who is definitely representing the sun here in the UK today. An overwhelming, full concentrated power of the sun being dropped consistently. It's hard to deal with, and while they tried to mirror it with that Ultron, it just did not have the same effect.
Yeah, I mean, Rage of Ultron was definitely finding a lot of really good impact, especially because they would use it very late on in the fight when a lot of players from Zero Tenacity would be very split, and that's exactly how you want to utilize that ultimate. Into a stack of players, it's not going to be doing all that much because they're very quickly going to be able to sustain through it. But when you're a little bit later in the fight, you're down your major cooldown resources, your health bar is already somewhat depleted, you're all split away from each other, so there's no additional bodies of Vanguards being able to absorb the hits coming on through, and it was finding a lot of really good picks which All Business would then be able to use to lengthen out the duration between each fight, and then that builds as a domino impact into how much time Tuzi has to set up on the Punisher. But Zero Tenacity did such a good job of just disrupting every single one of those setups. Whether it was, you know, Ducky 1 going through with the teleports into the back, or whether it was just the Captain America full sending it every single time with Lugia showing up in places that All Business really didn't want to be finding him. We just got to see Zero Tenacity have such a good control of the entire map space.
We, of course, spoke to Polly from Berber Patapim yesterday after their win and asked them, like, where do we see this Captain America over, for example, the Venom, where some other regions are picking and a couple of these other teams are picking up? And he just believes that that single target pressure is so good, combined with the fact that Freedom Charge is essentially a strategist ultimate in its own right. Every second, you and everyone who is in that path gets movement speed and that bonus health, which is a huge boon when you're trying to stay alive in these big team fights. So this is why you see Caps run on in. If they don't find a pickup, they'll just quickly run back and then dive back in. It's not just to get healing, it's to be almost the healer in their own right.
Yeah, and I mean, we even saw it from Zero Tenacity. Freedom Charge, Final Judgment, off we go. Those are the two things that we need, that they just went for such aggressive tempo shift plays. And All Business, they were relying so much on just the space, the time to be able to set up, coordinate how they wanted to take each fight. And Zero Tenacity just came on through and every single time wrench in the plans. No, you don't get to fight plan. No, you don't get to ult track. We're fighting right now. You've got to deal with us when you're not prepared to do so. And they took full advantage, given the fact that when we look at, you know, some of the heroes that were on the board, the fact that All Business started off with the Cloak and Dagger and the Loki, which is probably the strongest or one of the strongest backlines that you can have in a 2-2-2 format. And it was so detrimental, the Captain America, the Torch, the Punisher, that All Business bent the knee and swapped to the Luna.
Yeah, to just try and keep that one Punisher on their side up in these fights. They just had to focus the healing in to keep them prepared. But when you have a speed boosted from the Captain America Punisher while they're also being pocketed and also the sun is falling on you, it's hard to deal with even for a Lunar Snow. Fate of Both Worlds is, we've called it so many times, one of the best, if not maybe outside of maybe Jeff, the best ultimate in the game in the right circumstances. But if you are just being blown up that hard, we also saw Invisible Woman getting almost countered, but played beautifully to avoid these big target blasts onto the Invisible Woman. This was just Zero Tenacity taking the tools they need, analyzing the weaknesses, and playing around them to perfection.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact as well that they took advantage of one of the weaknesses of having, like, the fact that you have the Luna. The damage boost off of the Luna is only in the ultimate, as opposed to the Cloak and Dagger, who has it far more frequently, it being tied to a cooldown of 12 seconds, which is maddeningly short in comparison to the damage that it can do. And they really started making that Fate of Both Worlds and Eye of Agamotto into Maelstrom of Madness combination hurt, to the point that, you know, All Business tried to even go for the full copy of it. As we head over to, now this is surprising, Yggdrasil Path, because, I mean, the last time these two teams met, All Business lost Burnin, took us to Yggdrasil Path, and then Zero Tenacity came out with an absolutely off-of-the-wall composition that bounced off of the wall, into the wall, off of the floor, with a Squirrel Girl. So maybe All Business now feel more prepared in dealing with it?
We'll have to see. Zero Tenacity once again going to get their hands on that Human Torch, where we will see potentially Human Torch getting sniped out the side by a Squirrel Girl is open to see, as that Emma Frost will get protected nice and early for All Business. Make sure that they do have a little bit of Vanguard priority. And there's that Luna counterban. While it did not win the match, it was still a little bit tough to deal with because Fate of Both Worlds is still really good.
Yeah, they're still low-key up for grabs, but it's more a case of you're worried about the Luna giving the Psylocke the tools to be able to take your entire team down. Tuzi with a Luna pocket on that Psylocke is an absolute terror to deal with, and even though Zero Tenacity took out the Luna, they've learned from the mistakes of some of these other teams that had the hubris of thinking that Tuzi Psylocke was stopped, was depleted in terms of damage that it could do if the Luna was the only thing to go. So both the Luna and the Psylocke are out.
And with, of course, Welsh Mania being an incredible Captain America to help set up for them, it is going to be a solid idea to take away that Psylocke when you need. We will, however, be seeing that mirror on the Human Torch, so we still have solid options for Tuzi as well. There's the Invisible Woman banned out, removing that Fantastiforce, and, of course, that pocket support healing from All Business.
Do Zero Tenacity save it so that they get one-sided? Or do they save the Luna? Okay, they save the Luna, which is good for them because All Business now have a couple of directions that they can go. They can ban the Strange, or they can ban the Invis Women, and they decide to ban the Strange. So no teleport recontests coming on through. No Eye of Agamotto amped on up by a Fate of Both Worlds. This is actually, I think, a very good reaction coming on out from All Business, as we did actually see them flirt with the concept of the Strange ban in the last map, which I think them not going through with is a decision that they potentially regret.
I would agree. We did see them struggle a little bit here, and as such, they're having to adjust their composition. They once again have no of the more standard shields. They're looking at the Groot, as it's one of the few characters left who can at least set up some kind of interceding barrier between you and your opponents in this case. However, it is one that also blocks your allies from being able to see stuff as well. The Hulk, however, is going to be a solid backup option. Indestructible Guard is going to give your team a lot of protection. It opens up the option for Wolverines, as we've seen from Insomnia, or even for the mod to give that Gamma Monstro a little bit of overwhelming damage to try and melt through frontliners and auto-target flyers.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Ducky is entirely upset about being forced onto the Groot, because Groot is actually what he was known for all the way back in Season 0 and Season 1. He was a globally ranked Groot player back when Groot was the strongest Vanguard in the game. So there's definitely going to be a lot of very fun set plays that Zero Tenacity have to be able to set that one up, as Zero Tenacity, having secured the Luna for the advanced pick and ban, set Canutin on the Hawkeye. Every 20 seconds, set your watches. Ice Arrow is going to be coming blasting on through, and that's going to hit directly into the backline through shields and through cover. So All Business are going to have to play around that and make sure that their backline is very well hidden.
We're on the patch pre that getting adjusted due to the fact that these teams have been playing on this for a while, to make sure that everything is stable and nothing too drastic changes in the middle of a week. Toot. playing far forward. This corner is where you'll see a lot of the first step defenses here, and using that damage boost from the Storm to try and help keep 2Z boosted up instead of the Mantis we've been seeing. Ducky will get taken out by 2-2, but Smashnez is keeping some solid control on this Namor as they're pushing up a character who we see a lot of people play in defensive posture, has fantastic flanking potential.
Knudsen is actually already able to take down Closer, and then we get another Ice Arrow onto the disengage, and they take down 2Z. They're all frozen. Fish in a barrel is the phrase that comes to mind, as Welsh Minion has no choice but to swap over to the Strange just to be able to rejoin the teams. Not with the God of Mischief is going to be able to copy the Cloak and Dagger, gets the ultimate, and finally Slowpoke will put a shutdown to the shenanigans of the Hawkeye. But the damage has been done. All Business have lost a lot of space, and now they're going to have to delay these last picks for as long as they possibly can.
Slowpoke using that center Loki statue for a little bit of cover. Omega Hurricane on the reinforcement. That is personal, directly onto Hawkeye. Enough of that. We're so sick of it. Taking them down, straggling Prison for the turnaround, though, realizing that Storm's a little bit split into the Horn of Proteus. And that is the kind of wombo we love to see. Cleaning up here, just leaving that diamond form Emma. It takes a little bit longer to clean out, and Zero Tenacity smash on through this first point.
Yeah, they say the grass is greener on the other side, even with the Loki regen domain coming on through to save everybody from the one-shot potential of the Horn of Proteus' landing. Unfortunately, it gets put on cooldown. So Zero Tenacity still have the numbers and the Groot Walls to stop all Business's disengage. And Knudsen, with the Hunter's Sight, has that ultimate up and running. If all Business try and put pressure around this corner, they're going to have to give up the space. Another Ice Arrow fully CCs out all Business's backline. And it's up to 2Z on the Punisher to try and shut this down immediately. Momentum needs to be depleted right here, right now. And Final Judgment with Eternal Bond's going to start doing that, but not going to finish. As Knudsen, with the Hunter's Sight, takes the Punisher down, and off of a Strangling Prison attempted to come through, is able to peel for his backline too.
They are tracking down beautifully. The Eternal Bond bought a little bit of time, but they are finding everyone. The second they split off, the damage output is so much burst, and it takes a couple seconds for that healing tick to come on in. And all Business, they realize that they need something with just a little more oomph. They're going to move off of the Punisher here, and they're bringing out the Ultron to try and just single target down that Hawkeye.
Yeah, I thought about the Storm for a second, but double flyer into both a full Cam and Namor and Hawkeye is not what you want, as walking through those small hallways into a Strangling Prison is absolutely not the position that you desire to be in if you're all Business, especially if you have flyers who need space. And that is not where you're going to be able to find it. They can potentially slow things down. They're going to teleport back to the C spawn rather than find themselves getting staggered off into the B. But that is going to give Zero Tenacity all of the time in the world to be able to set up the crossfire. Keep your eye on Smashnez, because he's already fully behind them.
Let's look at the ultimate economy here. We have Slowpoke currently on 86%. 2-2 is fully charged up. Everyone else below 50. Zero Tenacity. They have Fate of both worlds. Horn of Proteus and the Invisible Boundary. They are just approaching that Hunter's Sight here. They have so many defensive tools that it's going to be very hard for all Business to pull the trigger. They'll burn the range of Ultron to try and at least clear out some of this flanking from the Namor and those Monstros.
Strangling Prison was not combined with the Horn of Proteus, so all Business don't find the picks coming up against them until now. Hunter's Sight in the middle of an Invis boundary. If you try and run, you get slowed. If you're trying flying, you get exiled. Luvia is able to keep Slowpoke grounded, and they finish off the Ultron. All Business are potentially going to be finding themselves stuck in their respawn rooms right now, as Knudsen on this Hawkeye is entirely untouchable. Business have the ultimates. They've got to start with an Eternal Bond, but if you're not too careful, the Hawkeye can one-shot it with the primary alone. And there it goes. Close's ultimate gets cancelled early.
Silent introduction to try and pull Knudsen off the position, but it cannot reach. Trying to get onto that torch to at least get something. Straggling Prison, and Ducky just is doing so much work on this Groot. Pushing on in, trying to deal with the Emma. They've got everything up here. Knudsen was finally taken down. Horn of Proteus to finish off Nost. And with that being taken down, all Business are very staggered, having to burn the flaming media for that bonus help to try and make the way in, but it's one at a time. Captain America. Welsh Mania for every extra second counts.
Zero Tenacity, it's just dealing with staggers right now. All business can't break out of the respawn doors. 2 minutes, almost 20 seconds. Zero Tenacity, full push Yggdrasil path. All business took us to this map. They thought that they knew what Zero Tenacity would pull out. They were confident that they would be able to counterplay it. But I don't think anyone is expecting the depth of tricks that Zero Tenacity have at their disposal, because that was an absolute crazy play. Knuten, I think, only went down to the Storm fully targeted spawn camp Omega Hurricane.
They were taken down in the early set by that, and then once on that final push by like 3 people burning resources just to take them down. It is so targeted. If you look at the actual final hits, only 3 times. Smashness hasn't gone down once. Neither has Winnie. They have been playing so far back because Knuten is just drawing aggro.
I mean, in comparison to Snuston Closer, I feel for them. I really do. You're a strategist. You have so many players who try and just stack their bodies in front of you. Ice Arrow cares not a whit for that. The further away you are, the more damage that you take. It goes through shields. It goes through cover. It turns Marvel Rivals into an absolute horror game for a player in a backline, where every 20 seconds you are literally trying to keep a track of that Hawkeye's location. So is it there? Has it come out yet? Can I peek a corner?
They have decided to swap back over to the Punisher. Try and melt through these group walls, play front to back. But the longer they take on this, of course, means that Knuten is just picking away from the back line, about as far back as you can go, sending in the shots. Tuzi is finding the flankers and is at least putting a little bit of counter pressure onto them. But there's no setup here to deal with Knuten. Just think about it. What a lockdown into the pickup. And that's just what we've been seeing all game.
Yeah, that's the thing about Hawkeye. Man can shoot, man can jump. And he absolutely can hit his shots if he's Knuten. Every single time he lands one of these ice arrows, he's going to be able to confirm it into one pick coming on through. And all business are going to have to plan around it. Slowpoke gets ice arrowed out of spawn and gets taken down immediately.
Virtus.Pro is trying to create an opening here, but the fate of both worlds will come out from Zero Tenacity to hold the line with Slowpoke already down, making their way back in, but they're still outnumbered. Znos taken down by Smashness, who is again consistently barely being touched, is just not being targeted because there's so much aggro being drawn. Another push in trying to lock down the retreating members of All Business. Zero Tenacity are locked down on this high ground.
All business just can't get out around the first corner right now. Knuten's getting every single resource, and he gets every single pick he needs for his team. Snoz goes down. How do you manage to break this Hawkeye? He's got the Guardian Shield. He's got a Naval playing full bouncer and bodyguard on the main road. All business try to wrap around to the side, but that just means that they get set up into another ice arrow. Final Judgment come through, melts down the Hulk form. It gets paired up with Psionic Seduction so that Zero Tenacity can't use an ultimate to counterplay it. But Knuten doesn't need an ultimate. He just needs the space. He comes on through with the Hunter's Light, trying to shut down the Eternal Bond yet again. It's up to Welsh Mania to prop his team up with the Eye of Agamotto.
Ducky, quick reminder that this is Marvel Rivals, not that other game, as they just built for an ambush there. Straggling Prism for the setup, but All Business have finally been able to break the line. Welsh Mania is setting up portals immediately to block off reinforcements to try and guarantee this point A, and they will be able to do so. It's going to be Zero Tenacity setting up for a further back defense instead of trying to contest it, which does waste Welsh Mania's portal.
And Zurich has to get a better angle now too, because you're coming into a fight with one long open line of sight into another long open line of sight around the corner. You are terrified of Knuten's Hawkeye right now, and Zurich know this. They're keeping All Business just stuffed into this one space with the crossfire. The name will spam continuously so that Knuten gets all of the space. Regen domain has already been forced, which is a clear go sign for a Horn of Proteus to look for the one shot, as it's up to Tuzi to clear the Hawkeye with the torch spam.
pushing on forward. You saw the Gamma Burst coming in. Supernova from Tuzi to try and create some kind of opening to try and weaken these members as they are pushing on into a fate of both worlds, though. The healing output is good, but they will find it. Oasis is taken down. Waste Mania is picked up on the other side, and Smashness finishes off Tuzi. They've got the flank set up so beautifully every time, and the distraction continues to work. We have another trap set up by Dougie as they take an aerial position, making some stairs.
This is Strangling Prison. They're gonna wait for everyone to walk out of main. They're gonna Strangling Prison into Horn of Proteus. Everyone's gonna be stuck in the center. They're all gonna take
Oh my god.
There it goes! 1, 2, 3, say goodbye! As Closer tries to save the fight with an eternal bond.
Can't look up for the trees as they continue to pile on the pressure. They got 3, continuing to try and get anyone else on the retreat to prevent them stepping up with 2 minutes to go. Zero Tenacity, they still have a visible boundary. They still have Hunter's Sight. They are in control. All business, they need to make something happen with this final judgment, or they're not going to get much further than maybe a few more meters. Smashness retreating up to the high ground, and immediately we see Lugia moving back to make sure they're safe. This team has so much synergy.
Knudsen just got closer, and then immediately afterwards got Tuzi. Regeneration Domain is invested for a business to try and hold the space, but Zero Tenacity, they sense the blood in the water. They're going to continue to push to make sure that all business are deprived of any space that they can use to regroup around those corners in those small rooms to set up for a Psionic Seduction into the final judgment. Zenost has God of Mischief, but it's not the win condition that it normally is, because Knudsen is about 5'6" in terms of shutting down both the actual Eternal Bond and the copied format as a huge ice arrow comes through, and before all business can even get the ship off the docks, Slowpoke gets taken down. Final judgment denied.
Knudsen going for the entire strategy of you can't ult if you're stuck in your spawn for the entire game. Just finding these pickups over and over and over. Getting punished right now by that human torch, but the strategists are completely uncontested due to the amount of pressure that's being put onto the backline. Here comes that final judgment for the commit to try and make something happen with that eternal bond for the setup. And Knudsen is being run down this time, gets the knockback, being pulled in, but still finds Tuzi. They're literally being targeted by 3 people, and they still snipe the backline.
They get the Horn of Proteus. They've still got the fate of both worlds. All business have an Eye of Agamotto and a Supernova to work with Zero Tenacity, have a Knudsen and a Strangling Prison, and Lugia with the Monster Hulk, as well as making sure that the payload doesn't move a single inch. We're down to one final fight, and all business are down to having to bypass this same dreaded angle, the gauntlet that Knudsen is laying down upon them. Lugia is actually getting closer. He's going to go all the way to that spawn to try and cancel the teleport coming through. He doesn't manage to find it. The body block is good. Someone else gets exiled, and Welsh Mania manages to find the portal, but they don't get through in time.
1, 2, 3.
What an incredible round from Zero Tenacity. Literally everything optimized. They didn't get, like you said, that Gamma lockdown, but they were still able to control that map from start to finish. All business got one fight where they were able to get something happening, but we saw ambushes from above with Groot. We saw snipes from long range. This is why we have been seeing the Hawkeye in some of the other regions. One of the first times we're starting to see it rise up in EMEA, and Knudsen showing that it should be feared, and we might just be going right back to Lunar Bands.
Yeah, 28-5. If you asked me, you know, what took down the dinosaurs, I would say Knudsen, a time machine, and an ice arrow. That's what would change history, because this just changed EMEA meta permanently. Hawkeye has shown how strong this team up actually can be, and Knudsen was terrifying. We see now why Slowpoke invested the Omega Hurricane, and you know what? Well-placed investment. That's the trade you make every single day of the week, because every other day, well, all business were closed for business when Knudsen was in control.
trying to take the most of that moment to just try and snipe the backline so they could turn around and join their team on the flank. But while that was happening, Strangling Prison into Horde of Proteus, exactly what we see. The distraction. Knuten, yeah, they were carrying, but Smashnez and Ducky were still absolutely dominating these fights. Every single time they focus Knuten, it's exactly what we saw from the previous game, but the opposite way round. Smashnez is in the sky, distracting from the Punisher on the ground. It's just reversed this time with Knuten being the bait.
Look at all of that. Like, these replays, it's here when you head into B, right? There it is. Slowpoke goes down. Closer goes down. This was insane.
God.
If a tree falls in a forest with a Hornet Proteus following it, 3 people definitely hear it and feel it because they all got sent back to that respawn point, as All Business were just never able to break the angle. They had to put so much into sending an entire hit squad after the Hawkeye. But even before they got to see the Hawkeye, they had to make sure that they got through the check of both the Namor and the Hulk, who were able to utilize mobility on the Hulk and Blessing of the Deep from the Namor, which is just an immediate 3 seconds where that Namor is not going to go down but can still get healed up by the rest of his team. So even though you were able to brute force your way over to the Hawkeye, you had nothing to actually take him down permanently, and unfortunately your backline got traded in the meantime.
You mentioned the tree and the horn falling, you mentioned it being heard, but they sure weren't telling anyone because they weren't even in the map for a moment, sent back to the spawn. But we'll be telling everyone about this, and we'll be seeing how All Business can attempt to recover, or will Zero Tenacity be able to close this series out. We'll be right back after this short break.
Look who just showed up.
Zero Tenacity, but what felt like a million KOs. They have so many options. We just saw All Business attempt to ban out Ducky, and that was a mistake.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Oh, we let the globally ranked Groot player play Groot. I love as well the fact that Zero Tenacity just immediately full lent into it. They were like, oh, we get Groot? Okay, let's go Namor. We got Namor, we got Luna, we got Hawkeye, we got Groot. They got Strangling Prison combined with Horn of Proteus. They've got a Hulk as well in the mix to make sure that you just have the permanent mobility to deny anyone from All Business walking, to deny the space that the Hawkeye is looking for. And the second that you deny that space, the Hawkeye just, it's a shooting gallery. But let's be honest, every single time we went to Knuten's POV, he's just got 3 people in front of him. There's hardly any cover. If they find themselves going just around corners to avoid looking into the Hawkeye, that just allows the 20-second ice arrow cooldown to come back.
They had so much domination, and we talk about the damage output that they were putting, just how much they were able to snipe people, like you said, but the defenses deserve highlighting. With those strategists positioning perfectly, like you mentioned, guard in the actual game, Guardian Barrier on the Hawkeye, keeping them safe. The Hulk leaping back and forth between the fights, not just diving in, not just single-mindedly rushing in like a mindless beast, just leaping back for those indestructible guards onto the Namor, onto that Hawkeye, who were very split from each other the whole time to make sure that if one got dove, the other could help.
Zero Tenacity gonna be saving the torch. It's really up to All Business in terms of how they want to react to this. As Zero Tenacity, I think of all of the teams in EMEA, they're probably one of the best at just being absolutely uncounterable when it comes to the advanced pick and bans, which is the amount of depth of hero pools that they have, not just of hero pools that they have individually, but compositions that they can play together as a team. As Luna is going to get banned out on the side of Zero Tenacity. All Business have not yet banned the Luna. There it's going to go, surely. As Zero Tenacity target out Tuesday.
We're back to the standard. Luna was allowed out of the ban jail for a couple days and has immediately gone back in at the hands of Zero Tenacity to at least try and put some of the brakes on that Hawkeye. But we still have so many options. We've shown that Zero Tenacity, they still got the Torch and Punisher combo. Captain America going to be picked up by All Business as their protect for at least a little bit of backline pressure from Welsh Mania and that extra bonus health from the ultimate.
Yeah, I would imagine seeing that Captain America Zero Tenacity are going to start saving the Emma Frost on their last, as they have not been banned out of it. And you know that Dive is going to be coming on through from the side of All Business if Watchmania is able to get into the back line. What better way to potentially grab him with a Carbon Crush? But it looks like they might actually prioritize the Invis, which can still be used both to peel the Captain America with the Force Physics to knock him back, but also for that Guardian Shield and the synergy so that the Torch has a little bit more sustainability up in the sky, as All Business are going to be taking out a strategist that we're very accustomed to seeing this week pop up in that ban slot. Cloak and Dagger is gone.
It's been doing so much work removing that extra burst, and Zero Tenacity, they're looking like they're going to run at least part of this back, even though they have all of the tools for their usual setup with the Punisher and the Human Torch. All Business having their Torch banned out. Zero Tenacity protect it, but they were actually thinking about for a moment going for that Namor Hulk, but it looks like they are reverting to this, the exact draft they used against All Business in the first time they met, with that Adam Warlock composition with the Mantis and whatever strategist they have also just hanging out, in this case the Invisible Woman, to make sure that that Torch gets all the value.
Yeah, there was some debate there going on through as they try to figure out how they wanted to deal with the part of the dive comp that All Business are going to send into their backline whenever these fights start breaking on out. Gamma Squid with the Hulk Namor is actually very, very strong against the Captain America, as is the Triple Res, the Guardian's composition with the Atom, because you have Soul Bond, which is on a cooldown, but still is essentially an entire defensive ultimate. Plus, you have a duelist in the form of a strategist who's going to be able to put more pressure from the Captain America before they can fully dive on through. And Zero Tenacity are going to be going for that play. Triple strategist, Mantis for the damage boost over to Smashness, which means that Torch should be able to keep up the pressure onto 2Z, as All Business on the defense do at least have the luxury of the high ground currently to establish that Punisher and really fortify that position before Zero Tenacity try to lay siege to the site.
They've once again brought out the Ultron, looking for single targets to try and just pick off people on that backline. They're getting some good damage onto Oasis, but with triple strategists here, the healing output is good. Welsh Mania is on the flank, like we called, trying to cause distractions, trying to cause delays, flaming media quite aggressively here, and we're seeing Zero Tenacity able to split All Business's attention quite effectively. This doorway getting sieged with the flames, with the damage boost. Smashness has control of this. That's the lockdown onto the cap, chasing them all the way off the point. That's going to be point number one, almost certainly picked up by Zero Tenacity. We're just seeing people trickle in one at a time from All Business.
We're also seeing Knuten right in the front lines. He's not playing to counter the Captain America. He's playing to be a duelist in his own right. Both the Mantis and the Invis, as well as Smashness, like you said, with those dives, just coming on through the second that Welsh Mania shows on up. And then the fact as well that Adam's heal manages to bounce from player to player means that Zero Tenacity can keep themselves moving, can continue pressuring out both of All Business's frontline core without leaving themselves vulnerable, susceptible to that dive in the backside without those resources in play. It's going to be a very aggressive Eternal Bond coming on out, but it's going to be mirrored actually by the Soul Bond from Zero Tenacity as they try to disengage it, but it's not to be. Ducky 1 has fallen, and now All Business have bought themselves a little bit of space, but not when Knuten is hitting shots like that.
Well, Bonds of a spy convention, but Knuten is putting a lockdown to it, chasing them in, looking for pickups. Welsh Mania is still in the backline. We had to watch some fun interrupted gameplay from Winnie. You're a little bit stuck there, Welsh Mania, getting chased down there, getting away. Cap is just so fast and hard to take down.
Yeah, but I mean, that was sedation into Coffin Crush coming on through. Zero Tenacity very much prepared as the Eye of Agamotto comes on through from Olivia. The Strange was not banned out this time around, and that Eye of Agamotto combined with the focus fire quite literally of the Supernova Heat will take All Business back to the drawing board as they invested in that one Tetcha. That was their Eternal Bond final judgment play.
All they have left right now is that Rage of Ultron and the Freedom charge for that extra protection. And Zero Tenacity looking to not give them the chance to use it. Going in for the Psionic Seduction, getting the first pull in, getting the second, and they're trying to turn onto Welsh Mania once again. Carbon Crush. They do dash away using that Liberty Rush to make sure that they don't get picked up with that Crystal Kick into the lockdown so that they can get targeted. And this is allowing another ultimate from Oasis. And Zero Tenacity had a significant ultimate lead here, and that would allow them to push on in. Cloak getting out of there with that Dark Pulse teleport to make sure that they can retreat. And well, Welsh Mania is just buying every second they can for the team to give them time to remake their way in.
Yeah, Welsh Mania is able to buy enough seconds too for the God of Mischief into Eternal Bond, and Ducky One's just going to be able to kick him right out of it. All Business do have the closer respawns. Two's going to be coming back on through with that Psionic Seduction, and so too is Welsh Mania. He can do it all day as long as his respawn is close, but unfortunately Two gets taken down before the Psionic Seduction can find value, and Zero Tenacity will be able to scoop up in lightning speed. They've got 4 minutes on the time bank. They haven't had to use Narcotic Revival once.
They just keep moving forward. Knuten gets the double. Doesn't matter what they're playing. They move over from a Hawkeye, which is a projectile character, to a hit scan, and they're still just like, well, that's easier. And just finding hits over and over again. They just are locked on with these headshots. They have 6k damage. That's more than Slowpo.
They're about to have 6 ultimates in this fight too. He's on the off angle as well. If they try and pressure him out, the frontline coach is going to walk on the outnumbered fight, and it's going to be Supernova to split the team for Eternal Bond to not find the virus. All Business try and pour out of the choke into the open space. Hello will be able to take one. Tuesday having swapped over to the hit scan to try and keep a check on Knuten, but Eye of Agamotto is going to be able to stop All Business from finding that tidal win of a fight fight stop that they were looking for. Tuzi gets taken down. We've got the actual Loki now going for the God of Mischief into another Eternal Bond. But you can see Knut's silhouette is setting up for a comic revival. Zero Tenacity are more than happy to drop players because they're about to get them right back up.
They make their way in. They're committed to that push. They're going to try and push on in for more pickups. Slowpoke will be the first to fall. Smashness finally went down after hiding around the corner for quite a while in that fight. Looking at the ultimate, they still have the invisible boundary. Here comes the Goddess of Death. They've got to focus that down. Lugia locked in here, still able to tank through a lot of that damage. Kraken Impact might be the only saving grace. Slowpoke is going to have to pull off the engage of their life here to try and turn this round, because that card keeps moving forward. Moxie, they're running out of time. They've got to wait for any tool. Here comes the Eternal Bond for at least one turnaround, but already we're losing Newton. But they have to bring themselves back, and the soul rejuvenation from Oasis is keeping them topped up. Newton returns, Bionic Hook, and Slowpoke falls. No more resets. Aya Magamoto says your time is up, and Zero Tenacity are looking for the triple cap.
They should be able to get it. They just need to get the cap out of the way. Washmania is going to fall, and Zero Tenacity triple cap with 2 above on the board. And this composition is even harder to be able to attack into because they have all of the usages of a defensive ultimate right from the rip. All Business are going to have to take this attack in stages. They need to bleed the resources out from Zero Tenacity, the Soul Bond, the Cocoon Revives coming on through from Knut and Oasis. At the least, they're not running the Star-Lord, so there's not 3 of them. But Smashness on this torch has been an absolute monster that All Business just have not been able to extinguish.
Zero Tenacity hovering the Thorn here on the defense. They're also hovering the Hela for just a moment. I don't know how much of that's going to make it out of spawn. They were potentially looking at even more revives, but they are actually still on this Thorn. They might actually try this. We've only really seen this from the very few teams in actually Ignite. We saw it a little bit in the qualifiers from teams like not OTPs, where Cringe Alarm tried to bring it in as they were just target banned on their penny every time.
Yeah, Twisted Minds also played Kaya on the floor a couple of times, notably on Symbiotic Surface, sometimes over here on Hall of Dejalia. Lugia, though, is essentially going to be able to just go and brawl. Is what this 4 is going to be able to do. Go and brawl, because they've read that All Business are going to be trying to put Tuzi over to this Hela on this hit scan to be able to keep a track of either Smashness or Knuten if he's on the Adam Warlock, and that Hela is going to potentially get pressured off of the angle by the 4 coming on through because they don't have the resources to care for her, as Lugia is going to show the might of Mjolnir alongside that Pyro Prison. And All Business, already we can see the lack of space that this team has. That's already regeneration domain forced from their hands before we even start fighting.
We of course see the new Thor right now, which leans a little bit more heavy on that Awakening Rune, but this is before the Thor getting the ability to cancel that Awakening Rune, which allows them to try and get out of a Storm Surge. So they're forced to back away a little bit more standardly. Here is the Eternal Bond's already coming out early as All Business are pushing it extremely aggressively. They've got a Rocket Revive, which brings back Winnie, but they do not have this Karmic Revival, and it would not be charged at this point anyway. All Business are taking this new composition from Zero Tenacity, and they are trying to outplay it. As the Final Judgment comes back in for the last turnaround, regeneration domain for at least a little extra protection, for a little extra time. The Sephirim barrier from Doctor Strange is buying every extra second as the portal comes out from Zero Tenacity. They keep the reinforcement going, dragging out this fight.
Huge pick as well comes through from Tuzi. He commits onto the rocket before the BRB station can bring back Knuten on that Punisher. All Business had a game plan when they sent everyone up on that left side. They all stacked together, which meant that closest primary, every single Light Force dagger is getting the AoE, the 8-meter heal onto every single person stacked up. Eternal Bond fills incredibly quickly. As Zero Tenacity, they're there. We get to see it. Adam Warlock comes back into the mix. Oasis over towards the Mantas. They're going for the res composition so that Tuzi can get checked out by a strategist.
They might not be being rash, but they're certainly adjusting to try and smash as they push back in with that Supernova to pull in. That is a wonderful block of the Goddess of Death directly into the Supernova Fire Tornadoes. We'll see a Flaming Meteor for Smash this, so they get the bonus help to get out of danger. Ryan Magamoto comes on in. Knuten went down, brought back with their own Cocoon. Counter Aya Magamoto from Lugia, setting them up beautifully. Quadruple, it's a team wipe as they chase down Welsh Mania to complete the set.
Yeah, Closer goes down before they get the opportunity to use that Eternal Bond. Really good focus fire from Zero Tenacity. At least for Closer, though, they will have the CC immunity to make sure that they dodge away from the Psionic Seduction, which Ducky 1 is setting up incredibly aggressively. This Pyro Prison is being used to just slowly chip down all business and also stall out their approach, giving Ducky 1 a much better position because they've been so worried about the Pyro Prison. No one's cleared the ammo. I think Ducky 1 is still behind them, and indeed, there it is! All of a sudden, we've got a flanking Psionic Seduction, and all business unable to turn the shield in time to save the Hella.
Going into administration, getting locked down, but they're still going to try and contest this, losing Welsh Mania, but everyone else is contesting this. They got Newton, they got Lugia. Znost is taken down by Smashness, who is currently uncontested in the sky because of all the distraction that the ground forces are doing, but all business. They have to make their way back to Winnie, who's holding the card. While invisible, they're still there. Finally getting caught, locked down with that extra soul siphon to keep them out of position, and we will see Zero Tenacity forced to reset with a slightly staggered invisible woman.
We've got 2 fights now because Winnie was able to stall out the payload. Well, business are going to have to take 2 fights, and Zero Tenacity do have the Karmic Revival. They're already starting to make a play for possession of this corner so that they can get Smashness into a position to cut off the disengagement if all business try to retreat. When a tactical ultimate comes on through from the side of the defense, Knuten utilizing the terrain of the map to be able to block the bionic hook attempt to come on through. And there's Smashness. He's already been able to send them directly running to the team, but that sends them right into 2. With the Eye of Agamotto, Maelstrom will be able to find the picks that it's looking for. However, Knuten has the cocoon to self-revive, and with Ducky taking Closer out of the fight and Kraken Impact dealt with at the same time, Zero Tenacity are still holding strong.
A lovely setup by all business there. 2-2 trying to make their way in, but it's just the stickiness of this roster. So hard it is to make any of these eliminations stay for longer than a few seconds with these double cocoons, with Strange being so hard to take down their own, Invisible Woman being able to double jump away, and of course Ducky having that diamond form. It's so hard to finish anyone off. Aya Magamoto to the high ground. The barriers do block a little bit. Regeneration Domain will allow all business to look for the turnaround as the Goddess of Death coming on out and sieging in.
Yeah, but that was Tuesday using Goddess of Death to dodge the Eye of Agamotto. Zero Tenacity more than happy to trade an invisible boundary for it because now they can take the fight out in the open. Out comes Psionic Seduction. So many players from all business swept into the mix, and it just sets it up. Ducky 1 puts them into a position. Knuten brings them all tumbling down. And speaking about tumbling down, all business are tumbling like a house of cards, entirely knocked apart by Zero Tenacity's composition.
1 minute to go. They're seriously running low on time. They do, of course, have Portal, which they will save, hoping that 2-2, ironically hoping that they are the first to fall. Newton just sniped Tuzi again from across the map. There's the counter pickup, and this time there is no cocoon. If all business are going to go, they have to go now and just hope that Tuzi can make their way in with that astral flock for the reinforcements. But that first step means they need to make sure that Smashness isn't just acting freely. Here comes the clone from Znost to set up with the Eternal Bond. All business are committing.
Yeah, but Zero Tenacity on. They're disengaging the force physics from Winnie. Manages to push the Eye of Agamotto back, and in the meantime, Lugia is going to get found out. Has no choice but to go onto the payload, but that's exactly what Zero Tenacity were wanting. Supernova cuts off the disengagement. Eternal Bond has come on through from the side of all business as they try and heal through everything that Zero Tenacity have in the back pocket. But unfortunately, well, those pockets are a little bit deeper. Knuten comes on through with the Karmic Revival. Every tool at all business's disposal has long since been exhausted, and the res composition is still going strong. Eye of Agamotto, Maelstrom of Madness takes down 2. It's an overtime fight, and 2 can't set a portal up for the team to recontest. We thought it would go 5 maps. It looks like it's going 3 total as Zero Tenacity win out all of Dejalia and win out the rematch against all business once more.
What a setup by Zero Tenacity. They are making their way back towards that grand final. As we will see, we're not losing all business. They will have time to go away and prepare for the playoffs as their seeding is now locked. And Smashness once again showing just how good this team is, creating distractions and then allowing Smashness to just move so freely. We're going to have a look at the damage output because that torch was just completely free to move the majority of that game. And yet 37,000 seems about right. A solid 16k, aka an entire Slowpoke more than Tuzi. Both of them put together did not out-damage Smashness.
45 eliminations. Almost outmatched by Lugia on the Strange, by the way, with 43. 18,777 picked up for the Strange. Ducky won on that EMEA, having a little bit more damage burst output with the Diamond form, managing to outpace as well. But I mean, Zero Tenacity, it really does just feel like the compositions that they can play, the depths of which are endless. Like, they had so many set plays that all business would be like, okay, it's safe to walk forward. No, it's not. There's a torch in our flank. Wait, okay, we're all regrouped. Let's move it quickly for main, guys. Never mind, we're getting scooped up by Psionic Seduction into Adam just peeking all of us, and there's nothing we can do about it. Like, it really looked like they had such a good read on the way that Zero Tenacity wanted to play with the Brawl composition as they walked forward for that first attack of A, right, where they get the Eternal Bond, Close is able to build it in record speed. They all just use it to get onto the point. Tuzi on the Hella gets to move up to the space, challenge out Knut, and takes down the Rocket, and then we get to B. And it's just Zero Tenacity. It's so one-sided, every single one of these fights.
And we would be completely remiss to not talk about, you mentioned them getting set up on or being scooped by Psionic Seduction. It was also, okay, someone got taken out, let's regroup. Oh, we're still not grouped up because Knuten is a sniper on this Adam Warlock, pinging people from across the map, finding the pickups before they can even move out as a group, keeping control and making it so that this EMEA can move around a lot more freely because there's less people to spot them.
Yeah, man was an absolute menace. I need to see a Sparker versus Knut and Adam Warlock off. That duel at sundown? Ooh, I'm smiling already thinking about it. But no, Zero Tenacity, it feels like they came into this match knowing that a lot of what they wanted to do on some of the other maps had been given, right? That all business would likely have gone into their scrims and said to teams, hey, can you run this composition because we're probably going to be going up against this team. Play these heroes like X, Y, and Z so that we can practice against it, because obviously you're not going to scrim the team that you're going to be taking on in the tournament, right? So Zero Tenacity were like, well, what if we just take you to different maps, but we do things differently? Because they prepared, like, you just saw Puff coming out with the Storm. They prepared for the Squirrel Girl. 100% they prepared for the Squirrel Girl, going for something that is not going to be on the ground, so the Squirrel Girl's going to have more problems. But no. Zero Tenacity just continue showing comp after comp after comp.
They really do. We can ask them about some of those comps as we have our interview with Oasis coming in here. For starters, congratulations, yet another win with yet another comp.
Yeah. Finally we won and didn't lose like last time.
So how long have you guys been sitting on the Lunar Hawkeye? How long's that been in the kitchen for?
I mean, we just do our thing, honestly. Like, our coach says what we should go, and we went it, and it works out perfectly, I think. Mostly because Knuten is just the best Hawkeye in the game.
Yeah, he's Clint Barton. Like, there's no other way of saying it. That man is 100% the real life Hawkeye.
We did, however, see something a little bit different, though. You tried something in the start of round 2 in that third map that didn't maybe go as you all expected. Would you like to talk us through what the plan was then?
Yeah, I don't know. We just have a really good Thor player, and like Lugia goes, he's like the best Thor I know. Though, I mean, honestly, I don't know what we were thinking. It didn't work out at all. It was kind of shit, but... You know, our coach told us to go it, and in the end, like, if he tells me that I should jump off a bridge, I'm jumping off. Like, he's my goat. I listen to him.
So why do you think Triple Res, or do you think Triple Res is still just as strong as it was in the previous match, or do you feel it's actually getting out-tempered by some other compositions?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say, because like I feel like it's the opposite. So I feel like triple comp is probably the best composition in the game. But it's like, if you get truly perfect with it, it should be the best. Like, I just think, I don't know what to say. I just think there's one weakness, which I don't think I can say. I don't think my team would like if I said that weakness.
Don't reveal
So,
team weaknesses.
yeah.
We do not want the coach coming after us.
No. But yeah, I do think it's a really strong comp.
So you've mentioned your coach a couple times now. Who is that, and how long have they been with the team, and how have they impacted how you guys draft and play?
Yeah, he actually does a lot, like, to be honest. He's been with us for around 3 months. He was with us even before I even joined this team. So, like, usually he's the one that keeps us in check when everything gets chaotic. Like, when we lost yesterday, we were kind of going crazy. Like, should we go Hulk Namor, or what should we ban? Should we ban the same shit? But he's the one that reminded us that the meta does change. Like, everything does change throughout the tournament. There will be new compositions that come out, because you do want to counter the Punisher comp. Because the Punisher's comp is just, I mean, it's hell to go against, honestly. It's kind of OP.
So we got to see you on the Mantis, and I know that Mantis is one of your strongest, if not your strongest heroes. Getting to see as well so many of those sleeps coming out onto the Captain Americas. Do you have any advice that you want to give to Mantis players on how to be able to play that hero into dive situations?
Yeah, you need to damage boost more, I think. And kind of play your ults. I mean, it's really weird, honestly. Like, you just have to be careful of the EMEA. Don't get grabbed. That's kind of the big thing. I got grabbed a lot, especially within scrims. I would ult and I would just walk straight ahead, like I did in season 0, and I would get grabbed in one shot. And my team, they sit there quietly, but I know they're judging me, for example. So that's kind of the big thing. Don't get grabbed.
All right, and the final question is, you're moving on once again to those finals of this group. Do you have any message for your opponents, for your team, and for the audience who are watching you?
I don't know. I really just want to win. Like, Tanuki was talking a lot of shit in DMs. Like, he think we had a player with like 15 FPS. His PC broke down and everything. Like, everything was just going to shit, and I feel like we were judged a little bit too much on our performance yesterday. But I still think we have a good shot.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Oasis. Give our best to the rest of the team. Congratulations on the win. We'll let you get back to the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
A series that we expected to be close was extremely in some cases, and then we just saw Zero Tenacity find yet another gear. They are going to be so terrifying heading in to these group finals and then into the playoffs. But we have another match coming up after this. Insomnia GG versus Virtus.Pro, who have found themselves in the lower bracket, qualified for the playoffs, and are now beginning to create a recovery. And speaking of recovery, you should all be checking your inventory right now, because if you've been watching us over the last couple days, you should be building up towards these Twitch drops. We have that spray for the Will of Galacta. We have the nameplate, a classic magic emote, and a new costume where you can play in style. And you get that just by linking your account on Twitch and just watching these and select other streamers' broadcasts. It's literally all you have to do.
Yeah, it's very easy to be able to do, but this next match is going to be anything but. Given how close Insomnia have been able to take some really strong teams, like their match yesterday against Rad, went the distance. I really thought you were casting it. I'm sure you believe so too. When we went to Symbiotic Surface, for sure we were getting locked down into a map number 3.
It was so close. Insomnia are another one of those teams where they just pull out the surprise stuff when we least expect it. Even with a sub coming in for that matchup, they brought it that close. Let's see if they're going to be able to repeat that success versus Virtus.Pro and take it even further. But first, we have a break so those players can get set up. Don't go anywhere. We're heading into Insomnia versus Virtus.Pro after this.
This is my unnatural selection. Extermination!
Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가총을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠
No time for sleep, only time for games. We are here to decide one more seed for today. We have another best of 5, and it is Insomnia GG versus Virtus.Pro. The Legends find themselves in the lower bracket, and now they're competing for that slightly higher seed and that finals in their group.
Yes, they got knocked to the lower bracket by Rad a little bit earlier in week number 1 and came back immediately with a vengeance. We were thinking, okay, is this the season that Virtus.Pro don't look as unstoppable as they were? Were Rad finally the immovable object that they met? No, they absolutely demolished with a 2-0 performance against Yonkanda. And going into this matchup, I feel like, again, we're definitely going to be seeing their domination, a map type which before has been a sticking point to criticism of this team, given that it is the map type that they've dropped the most amount of maps on, has improved significantly since they started picking up the res composition with the cloak and dagger in it.
Virtus.Pro, though, they have shown that they can stumble. They are not that immortal team that we've seen up to now. They've technically still not lost a tournament ever, but there is a team that has thrown off so many teams going through this stage in the groups, and it is Insomnia GG. They have pulled out some of the wildest stuff, some of the best cap with Passimo, who will not be joining in for this game, as we have Sentinel joining in their stead, who put on some of the wildest stuff along with Demon, who lived up to their name when they were struggling in yesterday's games. They decided, what if we just made a Canadian missile and launched it to try and turn around their series versus round, and they nearly took it.
Yeah, take me down to the bowl game. Take me down to Symbiotic Surface was the game that Rad were finding themselves having to play up against us. This was absolutely insane. Sentinel, there was a little bit of concern, you know, coming in with a substitute. Is that synergy going to be there? Absolutely. Symbiotic Surface, Demon, like you said, was an animal unleashed on that Wolverine, getting so many connections with the fastball special.
They put on such a great performance, trying to hold on defenses and trying to rush in. I spoke to Sentinel a little bit before this, and they described this composition of just throwing Demon at the sky and letting them deal with it. Running in with the Gamma fastball, a composition that we really have not seen that much of outside of Season 0. It has made a return. And this is just me counting at the bottom here, just what I could see on the broadcast. 24 Wolverine snatches, resulting in 31 KOs. Their team picking up a lot of those hits after they land them. They found so many. We're literally going to see just a few of them. Just a few of the times that Demon was launched through the air to find people over and over again. If you find a flyer using the jump pad from the rocket, you are able to take them down. If you can get onto a strategist, you can take them down. This is the positioning destroyer.
Yeah, and I mean, what was even more impressive as well was the fact that Rad were running both the Invis Women and the Magneto, two players and heroes that not only counterplay the Wolverine grab attempts, but Virtus.Pro are a team that has struck fear into the hearts of many and also inspired many into coming into the scene. So often when we talk to players, we say, who inspires you the most? Which person do you look up to in your role? A lot of the time, in fact, for the most part, it is a player on Virtus.Pro's roster who is the answer, and they've gone back to the drawing board. They were motivated by their defeat against Rad Esports, and they improved. They've started picking up new compositions. We've got to see them really utilizing the Cloak and Dagger to devastating degree, as though that matchup against Peps was closer, I think, than some imagined it to be. Getting the one-sided Cloak and Dagger in the draft ban was a masterful stroke of manipulation.
They have taken control so fast. They used to go under Team Cats in MRC Season 0, and then very shortly afterwards were picked up by Virtus.Pro and have never really let go of that title since. They have lost a series last week. That's when it happened. We found it. We found the series. And now they're looking at the potential of losing their first tournament, but they're already recovering. They're already building back up. That healing factor is active, and we are getting ready to head into our game number 1. Can Insomnia GG pull off the second defeat of Virtus.Pro, or will the Kings claim their throne and head on to those group finals?
Well, Insomnia definitely are not going to go quietly into the night. That overtime fights are the stuff of absolute legends. But what is going to really impact how these two teams are able to fight is the advanced pick and ban systems coming on through. Virtus.Pro, as we talked about, really prioritize the Cloak and Dagger being removed from the side of Peps. Do they try and remove the Wolverine from the sides of Insomnia?
Taking away anything from Insomnia is a risk, because Demon does still have options like Hela, Star-Lord, Punisher, and the Human Torch, which has been so devastating throughout these games. So far, these teams are potentially giving up Magneto, but it's not prioritized. They let Magneto go in exchange for the Loki. That is wild if you looked at some of the other team drafts, where the second that the Master of Magnetism appears, they are scooped up.
Do Virtus.Pro see money signs in their eyes right now? Is it a Magneto ban? It absolutely. It's being hovered. It's not locked. There's debate. It's not. It's a Luna ban. coming on out from the side of Virtus.Pro, as Insomnia still do not have the ability of saving a hero until a little bit later. Virtus.Pro will be able to access the Magneto ban after they've saved Magneto for themselves.
This isn't the first time Insomnia have done this. They have not banned Mag previously in some of their earlier series, so maybe thinking that they have a bit of a rumble on it, and including potentially that Wolverine to try and catch people. We also have Nocta, someone else who cannot be banned out here. They have played 8 heroes so far. Punisher, Adam, Storm, Hawkeye without Luna Snow, Winter Soldier, Ultron, Namor, and Hela, and have played incredibly well on all of them. They are very similar to like a Tuzi, for example, who just cannot be banned out.
Well, speaking about being banned out, Virtus.Pro yet again. Potentially one-sided Cloak and Dagger, as Insomnia are actually going to be removing Phi. So Fire Extinguisher gets taken to Johnny Storm. The Human Torch is taken out of rotation. Virtus.Pro take out the Cloak and Dagger for the side of Insomnia, likely going to be leading into a save of their own, so that they get the one-sided Terror Cape advantage. And that's going to mean that their breakpoints, their time to get these picks, is significantly shorter in comparison to what Insomnia have to slog through instead.
If you look at Virtus.Pro's last few drafts, though, they have leaned heavily into this Star-Lord and that Adam Warlock composition. Insomnia have the possibility right now to ban that Adam and try and remove that flexibility, what Virtus.Pro have been leaning on very heavily, and they do exactly that, forcing Virtus.Pro out of the little comfort zone they've set up for themselves in these last 2 series.
Oh, Insomnia trying to force Virtus.Pro into Psylocke. Virtus.Pro, by the way, still managing to secure Luna and Psylocke through this mix. This is why Insomnia likely also prioritize having that Loki, and they go for the save of Invis Woman so that you can use your Invis passive to dodge away from the auto lock of the Dance of the Butterflies coming on through. Sparker's Psylocke is something that has been talked about since Season 0, where players said that it was the best, not just in the EMEA region, but in the entirety of the world. So to let this one go is definitely going to lead to a very interesting match, as it's going to be Sparker versus the entirety of Insomnia's back line. Can they shut down this dive? Especially because it's not just the Psylocke that made it through, it's the Luna and the Captain America too. He's got all of the tools at his disposal.
It's given them a lot of flexibility. So far, VP have shown the least amount of characters in Ignite, but we obviously have months of experience showing stuff, like you said, that Psylocke. The first time it has appeared in Ignite for Virtus.Pro. Will it be enough to try and break the backliners? Of course, they bring out that Captain America to capitalize with it. We also see Relaxing Knights forced off the Invisible Woman for one of the first times. They have been playing it so consistently because that Loki did slip through the ban phase for them.
Yeah, and Insomnia are not going to have the Magneto either, so they've got to go over to the Strange and the Hulk, which means that Demon is indeed going to be piloting that Wolverine, as both of these teams are going to be coming out of their spawns. The min-maxing comes on through. Jeff for the speed bubbles to get everybody out. Dark teleportation for Virtus.Pro as well to give them that little bit of extra speed boost from coming on through, as Sparker on the Psylocke and Phi on the Star-Lord get ready to launch themselves into the backline.
Wolverine sailing on path, looking for an early pickup. Virtus.Pro on point. They have Iron Bulwark. They have incredible mobility. Nevix put on the Venom for the second time in 2 days. But Phi will be the first to fall without Adam. They do not return. The Star-Lord swaps immediately onto a Hela.
Nevix actually goes for the Venom to be able to jump in, tether multiple players on up. The Sparker to get the most amount of damage off. Demon gets frozen by Saipe, but does not go down thanks to the Wolverine passive, and Insomnia still holding on. However, this fight has been going on a very long time, which means ultimates are about to be built up for the side of Virtus.Pro. Saipe is spiraling towards that first fate of both worlds. Noxus trying to find a poke pick. Insomnia starting to entrench themselves on this point as they have so much poke. We can see Demon hurtling around. Can he find the pick he's looking for? No. Virtus.Pro entrench themselves, not on the point, but inside the small room. And it's a space that Demon just cannot commit into.
we already mentioned, we see Saint Tabo. They try to target up into the skybox to look to see if anyone is up there so they get the good angles for the site. Lurkin taken out as Dridro showing this one-sided cloak and dagger composition, dancing the butterfly into the backline, and we're starting to see the positioning taken by Virtus.Pro, finding the Karmic Revival and setting on through for another counter pickup to remove that Adam, but they were able to revive themselves with the Cocoon to keep this as a 6v6. Nemix has moved on to the thing, clobbering time for the lockdown. To look for the turnaround, everyone's going to get locked down with the counter. Ryan Bagamoto, invisible boundary for the push on in. Insomnia going to try and take this. If the Meteor M can land, they can turn this around, but it is completely blocked out.
And the Goddess of Death is still going because Meteor M had one-shot capability, but it also absorbed all of the damage that could be bringing out Fire's ultimate early. Spark is able to get a late pick onto the Invis Woman. Insomnia denied. One of their strategists are slowly falling apart as Virtus.Pro are able to sustain through the fight and finally stabilize. But Insomnia, having been able to buy themselves that first cap, how long that fight actually ended up being, have bought themselves a whole 76% of the point. And the composition, the job is done. Away goes the res composition. Now we're on damage burst.
There is no reason for them to try and pick people to go in for long, drawn-out fights. They just need to win one, maybe two. So it's all about pushing in and creating openings. As such, Demon onto that torch to push on in. They've got Nocta to try and snipe people on the backline with that Ultron as they push on in. Sparker, though, is doing so much work, making it very hard for Sentinel to really find an opening as they're getting focused down so much. But Sparker will be the one to fall as Demon pushes on in.
That's huge. Virtus.Pro was relying on the Psylocke keeping Insomnia's backline in check. Now it has to be an eternal bond because Virtus.Pro can't afford the point to flip. Nocta counterplays it with the Rage of Ultron coming on through, but the Terror Cape from Dridro is going to make sure that Insomnia don't have the confidence to push further forward. Forever is chasing so many of the strategists. Back manages to come through with the Eye of Agamotto. Dridro is not able to dark teleport out of it in time. Gets caught in the phase change, but Fire's Goddess of Death catches two. Insomnia now only relying on the Rage of Ultron, and that's not going to be enough. Sparker gets the go-ahead to go on with the Dance of the Butterflies, and after that one, Insomnia falls silent.
Vi just saved their team that fight. Relaxing Knights getting a stolen ultimate onto that Eternal Bond, setting themselves up for what looks like a one fight. But Vi found two perfect shots. Lurkin and Relaxing Knights sitting together, and they are picked off fast enough to allow Virtus.Pro to hold the point. Insomnia, they portal in. They get a very quick pickup onto Vi, and they push on in. 90% for Virtus.Pro, but if Insomnia can clean this out, they might be able to take this round one of game one. That portal is keeping the reinforcements coming. The Loki firing squad up on the high ground is pushing on in. They're trying to keep the pressure onto the thing.
I mean, everyone from Virtus.Pro is just forced into this small room. They've got to break past the torch that's laying the gauntlet down with this continuous spam pressure. Nocta's even back over to the magic so that he can try and utilize things like those portals and the dashes to maneuver himself around the point without getting picked in exchange. Dridro, though, was able to pull up the Eternal Bond. Virtus.Pro bide that time, build the win condition, and out they come with the Eternal Bond, paving the way onto point. They flood with the Terror Cape, managing to catch so many players on the side of Insomnia, and that is the point finally going to Virtus.Pro's side. But we said that we think that this might be closer when you look at these two teams, when you look at the past performances, than a 3-0 scoreline, and it absolutely feels like Insomnia are in control of some of these fights. They are looking incredibly strong at the opening.
It came down to ultimate economy, having the reinforcements coming in with the clobbering time, setting up, preventing any of the strategists from getting any of that healing output. Virtus.Pro controlled that final fight even without having to strange in, which they do have available. As a reminder, it was not bad against them. They just have chosen not to do it. Instead, just going for quick reinforcements, like Fire swapping over to that Star-Lord instead of the Hela, just so they can get back to the point faster. The exact reason why Nocta swapped over to the Magic, but being sent into the Thing, massively reduced their mobility, and they were picked off.
Fire as well on the Star-Lord is going to be much harder to lock down than the Hela. As we saw, that portal fully directed on the Hela's location before Virtus.Pro were able to give any form of feel. Fire was just gone. Plus, he's going to have Galactic Legend and Insomnia banned out of the Magneto, and the Emma have no ultimate that can be used to absorb it. nor sustain it, as right now they don't have a single strategist ultimate. So out comes Pyro Prison trying to buy themselves the delay. Meteor M catches them, but you have to be sure that it doesn't catch the rooftop. The Spinzy's still able to find the value, fading out the regeneration domain before we even start the brawl for the point, and that means that Sparker doesn't have to worry about the Loki AoE healing everyone back to full for his ultimate. Dance of the Butterflies comes on through. Enough of that. Insomnia should be losing this first fight.
You can see the incredible chase potential of that Psylocke running on down to the Venom and making sure that they do not get onto the point. And this time Virtus.Pro take extremely early control. We're seeing Insomnia. They are adjusting. Sentinel. They are moving on to that Captain America, inspired by Passimo, who saved their team so many times with this maximum sustain onto the objective, and now giving them some backline dive potential to keep the pressure on. They have Supernova, Eye of Agamotto, Rage of Ultron, Invisible Boundary, and almost having that God of Mischief. Everything is available for Insomnia. How many resources do they burn to flip this?
Eye of Agamotto potentially forever doesn't want to use it against the Vanguards. He needs the backline, but he's being bodyguarded out of it by Nevix on the thing. Demon comes on through with the Supernova, and Eye of Agamotto finds its target, but a beautiful Terror Cape from Vidro actually manages to pick the Strange before Maelstrom can find the picks against Virtus.Pro instead. Eternal Bond comes on through. Back in we go with Sparker's POV, catching both of the backline strategists, combined with Nevix's power off of just the thing's fists. Insomnia are driven all the way back to spawn.
I asked the question, how many ultimates did Insomnia burn to flip? The question should have been, how many did they need? Because it was more than what they used. They used Rage of Ultron. They used Eye of Agamotto. They used literally everything except for that invisible boundary that they had available. And it still wasn't enough. Virtus.Pro repelling them here. This thing is putting in some absolute work on these long extended fights on the point.
They use Invis Boundary too. They sequester themselves in a tight space, which means Nevix gets a free go of clobbering time. He uses it before Invis Boundary. Lurkin tries to get the boundary off to save the team, but it's not in time to save the Loki. Major Freeze comes out onto Sentinels. He tries to just dive the backline and force Virtus.Pro to have to turn their attention off of the point itself, but Fire's holding it down so low with the Galactic Legend. Insomnia don't have the shield pressure. They don't have the Magneto. They don't have any presence. And what looked like it was going to be a continuous back and forth, a very much chess into checkers match between these two teams, turned into a dominant Virtus.Pro performance as we went into the falls.
Very nicely done. We saw the ban onto that Adam, thinking that might have been an option, but there was still that Psylocke. Like you said, Sparker just being allowed onto a different hero for once and proving that it still has a place. Virtus.Pro with a solid opening, but again, we saw Insomnia moments of brilliance where they nearly took it. But Virtus.Pro, that is vintage.
Sparker 24-1 is actually insane. 53% accuracy as well on the Psylocke. 14,595 damage by 20-2, and one of those was when he just got immediately accosted by a portal jump. He got mugged essentially by the entirety of Insomnia jumping directly on top of him. I think if you're Insomnia though, like, you go Symbiotic Surface. At some point in this matchup, you go Symbiotic Surface. It's by far the map that you felt the most comfortable, but we did see cracks in terms of the Atom composition. Letting Sparker's Psylocke through the mix does mean that you have a hero who has enough mobility as well as the damage to be able to just fully punish the Karmic Revival positions.
And this thing, we have not seen it much at all. Getting massive clobbering times to lock them down. Yeah, you can struggle into these massive healer compositions, especially if there's triple strategists to make sure that you can try and sustain through these fights. They can't heal if they're being in the process of being knocked around by the thing. Nevix adjusting the composition, even though they had the Strange available, which we've been seeing so consistently. They decide against it, even though they had a Venom potential for themselves, they did lock it earlier. They swap over to the thing because they know it's what they needed to just keep people in place, and it works. Mwah, chef's kiss, beautifully.
Not just that, not just about keeping people in place in the terms of Insomnia's team, it also kept Sparker up. Damage reduction is attached to the Thing's jumps, and we got to see a lot of the time when Sparker was going for the Dance of the Butterflies, which can sometimes leave the Psylocke vulnerable as you come out of that ultimate, because a lot of the time when you're setting up your Dance of the Butterflies, you have to use your dashes, your 2 dashes to get into position to be able to use them, and you might not have them back on cooldown after the ultimate ends, which then leaves you vulnerable to being picked. But no, they played perfectly, the Thing essentially being a dive target, no matter the fact that he is as solid as a rock. But we'll see if VP have as solid a performance in map number 2 after this break.
Double kill!
We are back with our game number 2 coming up. Virtus.Pro sent down into the lower bracket, but have seemingly become the waking giant as they have been stomping their way through. A couple teams have given them a little bit of trouble on the way, but no one has yet been able to set up an effective roadblock.
No one has yet been able to set up effective bans against this team too, because like you and I, we were discussing it in the 5 minutes of downtime. Like, how do you even approach banning a team like Virtus.Pro, where they have so much experience in the esports scene already, and so many regard them as having the best of a certain hero multiple times in that same role? So it's like, okay, we banned out the Punisher, we banned out the Torch, we banned out the Hela. Well, they've still got Psylocke, and Sparker Psylocke proved that it is still the best in the entire world.
Oh, they've been picking out a Warlock literally every game, and Sparker's been playing very well on it. Well, that's obvious. It's literally happened almost every game. Let's ban it away. No, that was a mercy. you will see the Psylocke come in and you will have a rough time. Always in the backline, finding the Karmic Revival when it came out to literally immediately get a huge amount of damage and a quick blow up onto Adam themselves. This is the fear that Virtus.Pro can instill in anyone they go up against. As we're starting off, heading in, will we see Insomnia adjust their draft as they are heading to their favorite symbiotic surface?
Yeah, this was one that you and I thought was definitely going to be coming at some point in this series, and it is now, as EMEA is going to get banned out. The last time Insomnia saved the Loki, thinking that it would be able to shut down things like that Psylocke, still go for that Loki save. Maybe they want to pair it up with something like a Punisher so that you can use the regeneration domain in your ultimate cycles, as Virtus.Pro continue the tradition that we saw of Burnin, banning out the Luna and then grabbing the Magneto for themselves.
Which means they're almost certainly going to get that one-sided Magneto, as Insomnia will not have an opportunity to protect anything until right at the end of this advanced pick and ban phase. So where else do they choose to go? How do you ban? We've talked about it, and you can see them taking extra time. They're going to start off simple. Get rid of the stuff that can protect the backline. Remove the Loki. This is a solid, safe first step. But where do you go from here? Could we see one-sided cloak? Do they ban it out finally to prevent that Terror Cape?
Surely. No, it's still Fire's Torch. Virtus.Pro are going to get one-sided cloak and dagger again. If Insomnia lock the torch, Virtus.Pro are immediately going to be saving the cloak and dagger yet again.
Run it back, apparently, says Insomnia. Let's just do that again and see if it works better this time, as we will see Virtus.Pro looking for the very, at this point, standard. How times have changed since last week. The cloak and dagger getting protected in this second protect spot. Insomnia, it comes down to one ban and one protect. This is where you make something matter. Do you mirror again and ban Adam for a second time? They look at Luna, which means
but that lets
slightly weaken through the Psylocke, but it's still good.
Yeah, that lets Cypher. I was going to say they've only got one ban slot left because they go after Fire's Torch, which means that they go for the Luna, not the Psylocke, as they will be able to save the Magneto at least. So if Virtus.Pro do decide to run a Punisher on this map, he is potentially going to get shut down if the Meteor M reaction check is paused, as Invis is going to be the last ban coming on through. So we're not going to be having one of those lineups coming on out for Insomnia. This is going to force them onto a really rough backline. It's going to be Loki, but they're probably going to have to go for a triple strategist lineup at some point, because they don't get Invis and they don't get Cloak and Dagger and they don't get Luna, which means that Loki's going to have to, well, one, copy Tritra's ultimate, and two, Loki Mantis is not going to be enough to sustain your entire team.
Let's talk about their composition from last time, from their match versus Rad Esports. How did they adjust it? They did run this Adam. They ran whatever strategist they could get. In one case, it was the Invisible Woman. In another case, they tried it with a Cloak and Dagger of their own. But then their last strategist for Lurkin was Rocket, using those extra revives and consistent jump packs to keep that Wolverine flying through the air. But running this into Virtus.Pro, who have been given their Psylocke, Rocket is a little bit squishier if they're not near their team and could get blown up extremely quickly.
Not just that, Sparker is going to be perma-scouting the area, which means that that BRV station is going to be permanently found out if Lurkin's not able to place it. And indeed, it is going to be the Mantis, Loki, Adam coming on through from the side of Insomnia as Sentinel sets up a portal. They're going to be looking to try and grab one person, but Virtus.Pro, see the animation, everyone stacks on up to be able to care for each other. Can Demon find a grab? No, he can't. Virtus.Pro have already fully abandoned high ground and fall back to point itself, which means that Noctis should be getting a lot of poke pressure, but Fi gets bubbled with the Bulwark and to be able to counterplay, and Insomnia are forced to drop instead.
Virtus.Pro, they are playing a lot of retreat play here, giving up a lot of percentage, but that's because they want to make sure that they have the right angle and the right timing with that Iron Bulldog on the Blaster Barrage. There is a Demon pickup, trying to focus onto Finzi, but with that Light Cloak, it's almost enough to keep them topped up, but Lurkin will get the finishing blow. Nevix is taken out, and Insomnia, they show why this is their map of choice. One by one, they are able to take down Virtus.Pro, creep on in, and Nevix is like, all right, Wolverine's here, time for thing.
My distance, Eric.
Time to go to thing indeed. No more grabs, as Insomnia, they're not going to have all of the access to the flight of the Wolverine. A little bit scarier than Flight of the Bumblebee, if you ask me, as Lurkin is still on this Mantis rather than that rocket, so we're not going to be getting the continuous super jumps for Demon. However, this Wolverine can still look for the grabs onto Finzi. CP is actually on the Invis woman right now, having the counter grab, of course, physics to try and stop any shenanigans of a Vanguard getting nabbed out early. It's going to be Galactic Legend with the bullet from the Magneto, already forcing out both the Soul Bond and the regeneration domain, as Nocta was a little bit too far away from the Loki's doppelganger side and was forced to invest the Soul Link to make sure he survives, which means that Sparker gets an absolute smorgasbord of targets with the Dance of the Butterflies.
Both of the revivers are taken down. They will come back, though, as Nocta brings themselves back through that cocoon, bringing the Karmic Revival to keep this push from Insomnia going. Making their way back in, but Eternal Bond for the turnaround. Dredro is in the backline, and they have turned to duel them. Do not let them get away with this for free, but a retreat up to the high ground. Dredro took out Forever and escaped with that Dark Force teleport.
Finzi's able to pick out Lurkin as well, as Sentinel is going to go over to the Groot, as we're now going to see them try and use things like these walls to give them that space to not go down to the poke, potentially take an off-angle play without getting instantly jumped upon by a Star-Lord, by a Psylocke, as Demon is pushed back yet again, quite literally, by the force physics coming on through from Saipe. Last Stand is in play for the Wolverine, as is Invis Boundaries. We're going to see the rock, paper, scissors matchup between the strategist and the duelist to see if they can grab them out of that space. Strangling Prison grabs them in an entirely different way, and the Meteor M from Forever scoops out Sparker.
This time they're all right next to that regeneration domain. Demon comes in with the Last Stand, takes out Dredro, and it's just back and forth between these teams. Insomnia are pushing on in. You can't pick up the thing, but percentage damage is percentage damage. Don't matter who you are. As we see Insomnia pushing on in. You mentioned flying of the Bumblebees. It's Wolverine, so it's flying of the Bumblebees.
Sparker is about to be dancing to that tune as well. We've got Dance of the Butterflies coming on out for the duelist on the side of Virtus.Pro. Insomnia, though, it will be at the start of the fight. They've got enough bodies stacked. The Loki doppelganger is right next to Nocta. They're not making the same mistake of needing to overlap both the regen domain and the soul bonders. The fight is on the point. Nocta drops to be with the team. Terrorkit comes on through, but the Atom is able to avoid it. Spark is still holding on. He's waiting for those resources to be burned before he takes center stage.
The first resource is burned. Everything else is still a little bit further away on the cooldown. Meaning Sparker, they have the trigger. Is Soul Bond available? Regeneration domain is, and that will shut this down. But now Sparker burning yet another resource can start to get onto the backline. Dredro coming in with that Eternal Bond forces them into the doorway, meaning this is a very grouped up area where Relaxing Dice will get taken down. Immediate Karmic Revival, but reinforcements come in for Virtus.Pro to make sure that they have everyone on the board. Nevix got trapped in there by the group walls for so long and still got out. Dragging Prison onto the backline, but Guardian Barrier says absolutely not.
Oh my goodness, Virtus.Pro are able to turn it around. The two strategists both got grabbed up by the Strangling Prison, but the Guardian Barrier heal AoE from Saipe keeps them in the fight, and then Nevix on the thing just gets to punch. Ding ding, round two. Insomnia gets sent back and have to find another way to reapproach. That, however, is Finzi on the Strange. The teleport recontest has been burned from the time bank, and Insomnia do have their favorite ultimate to use too. The Last Stand from the Wolverine. The Spy sets up, forces out Insomnia to back all the way up. They're going to have to go for a hard contest of this high ground, which is exactly what Virtus.Pro are waiting. Finzi's waiting in the wings. In comes Adamoto against the entire team.
A full for Team Wipe. Nocta and Lurkin, they are not going to cocoon. They will head right back to spawn, not wanting to deal with that. Fincy not on the mag, so they don't have that extra Iron Bulwark for Fi, and they do not need it. You don't need to protect your team if your opponent's team is in their spawn again. But they're going to try and portal past, realizing they might have a quick timing here, choosing to fight on the high ground instead of being sieged upon. They choose to take the duel, pushing on in. Final stand, Galactic Legend for the turnaround, though eaten by the Media M into the backline, snipes out Retro. That's a big pickup.
That's a big ult burn though, and that's huge cooldowns invested. Fi with the Galactic Legend is still able to force out the regeneration domain from Galactic Knight, who goes for the God of Mischief copy to set up for an invis boundary as the actual invis woman gets sent spiraling out of theirs by the last stand. Insomnia are finding the picks, but they still have to deal with potential daggers coming on through from Sparker, who gets fully healed up by the dagger down from Druidor. Virtus.Pro can throw themselves onto point. Terra Kit comes on through. Sparker tries to dance around them, but the sedation comes out from Lurkin. The Psylocke isn't able to tap, but Fi absolutely is. And Druidor with the Eternal Bomb is able to fully invade Insomnia's space. Sentinel comes on through with the Eye of Agamotto. Nevix tries to shut down the pressure with the Yamsi Street charge into clobbering time, keeping them snared on up into the dance of the butterflies. And it looked like Insomnia will find the turnaround, but Virtus.Pro have the answer. They shut the Comic Revival down.
Parker has so much map awareness, always where they need to be, cleaning them off the board. But Insomnia, they did get back. Demon gets the double, holding on with everything they can. They hit point number 2, and Virtus.Pro, they look like they had that fight on lock. But Insomnia, it was the objective where the distraction was happening, while Adam is pulling so much attention in his Demon, living up to their name, cleaning up, and they push on in. Insomnia, they refuse to give up. They are admirable for that, and they might be admirable for getting the triple cap here as they push on in.
Beginning to think the Demon might need an exorcism to be fully ousted. He's got the fastball, he's trying to find the grab, but he doesn't match you off of the force physics coming on through from Saipe. Momentum is stunted by the Galactic Legend coming on through from the side of Fight. The Sparker is on the right side awaiting, getting that low! What a sleep from Lurkin! The CC shuts down the dance of the butterflies, and Virtus.Pro, of course, just with base abilities alone to send Insomnia back.
Demon has swapped over to the Punisher. They decided that they are done with that Wolverine, with the thing out here. Such a massive hitbox, and of course that flying Star-Lord. They're choosing to try and take them out, but Insomnia getting completely zoned out by Virtus.Pro, who hold the doorway, take it out. Lurkin forever gets Cyber though. They're trying to even this up. Galactic Knights with the clone moving on in, pushing him with the Eternal Bond, but Sparker is on the flank, looking for the interrupts, just dueling out Nocta, keeping them out of this fight as overtime is ticking down. This distraction is buying so much time for VP.
Yeah, it's also stopping Nocta from getting set up for Comic Revival, which needs the meters to be able to connect onto the bodies. Sparker was taken CC'd out of the ultimate, so has it back up almost immediately, but Nocta has the Soul Bomb, and Demon has the final judgment. Lurkin over to the Rocket, also has the BRB, so if a trade comes on through, Insomnia will be able to revive their players regardless. It's an overtime fight. Insomnia incredibly comfortable with taking these on this map. Virtus.Pro outcome the staggers, but there goes Sparker, gets sent out of the mix. Nocta 2 now going to be safer now that the Psylocke has been denied the movement, the space to take down the Comic Revival spot. Galactic Legend, they buy the space to deal with it with the regeneration domain, and then Demon buys them the pick with the Punisher, and immediately Virtus.Pro are losing ground in this fight. Comic Revivals come on through from Insomnia, but it's Virtus.Pro's players that are falling entirely unimpeded as Insomnia's side. They've just got to deal with a couple of stray staggers. The Soul Bond is there to solidify, and it's a full push of Symbiotic in OT.
Never give up. Never sleep when there is victory at hand. Insomnia just keep going every time. The swaps moving away. They see the thing on the board. They move over to the Punisher to just try and melt it. Immediately it's swapped over to the Venom to try and deal with that, to make sure that they're not going to be punished as hard. So Demon turns their attention onto Sparker. We are seeing the adjustment from Virtus.Pro. They're realizing that, this different composition is a little bit rougher, and we need some extra sustain of our own. They go back to Old Faithful. It's time for Sparker on the Adam Warlock. Dritro sticking with that Cloak and Dagger because it's insane. And Fi is going to have a lot of faith put in them on that Star-Lord.
Yeah, I mean, the Loki is going to have really good sustain in the form of the regeneration domains. However, the 12-second cycle of Terror Cape from Drudro is definitely going to give Virtus.Pro the edge in terms of damage that Fi can do with the burst down. So the entrances to these fights, the Star-Lord with the barrage into the bubble coming on through from Finzi's Bulwark, that's going to be something that Insomnia are going to have to watch out for, especially because that AoE damage instantaneously breaks every single Loki doppelganger if Relaxing Night stacks them a little bit too close.
Gonna have to stay split up right now. They've got the Loki firing squad up on the high ground to break that so they can get the initial angle. We are seeing Nevix dropping the portal, and they have a counter portal forcing the shutdown. Nicely done. Not going for a trap, let's just drop overwhelming damage and prevent that from coming in, and that is going to slow down Virtus.Pro a lot.
Yeah, Virtus.Pro weren't actually planning on walking out of that portal, though. They had the Mantis and the Widow.
Yeah.
And the Terror Cape coming on through. They were trying to find a one-shot onto one of the players from Insomnia, but Insomnia have double shield, so the Widow's not able to find a hole in the wall. As Fi now back over to the Star-Lord is going to be trying to find an engagement, an entrance for the team, slowly chipping down some of these resources. However, that's already Dagger Dome invested from the side of Drudro, trying to build up to his first Eternal Bond to have that immediate instantaneous out sustainability in comparison to the other side. A huge barrage comes on through from Fi, buys almost 50% of the ultimate with all of the damage boost that was stacked on top of that Star-Lord. And unfortunately for Insomnia, they have no choice but to give the space. Demon has to go over to the turret just to try and hold the ground down.
They dropped a lot of damage. That did force a little bit of a backup out of Virtus.Pro as Dredro, Sipper, and Sparker are all taken down. Insomnia, they are buying every extra second here to make sure that even if there is a triple cap, they can at least try and contest it, as they, of course, had an empty time bank at the end of that first round. Virtus.Pro, they will back up, they will regroup, and they're starting to build that ultimate count. Blaster Barrage has been setting up a good set of damage. Now try and set up for a Galactic Legend.
Finzi's already got Meteor, and Insomnia don't want to start the fight until Forever has the match, especially because it's going to come down to the Cloak and Daggers. Both of these teams have the Hyperburst ultimate ready to go. Galactic Legend for Virtus.Pro is going to kick things off. There goes the Meteor M. Fi utilizes the right click and just dodges out of it with the Stellar Shift. The same cannot be said for Saipe. Saipe goes down, and Final Judgment from Demon is already creating the space as they try to come on through with the Meteor M shutdown, but no, Demon survives.
Karmic Revival coming out from Sparker, though. They've chosen to keep this fight going, pushing on in. Eternal Bond for the setup from the Relaxing Knight's clone to push on in. Demon was set up on the high ground, and they are wrapped around here. Frenzied arrival from Nemesis to the Blaster Barrage, but the Eternal Bond is keeping everyone topped up. Regeneration domain for them to retreat into as they push on. Forever's dropping extremely low. Ayamoto for the counter in the doorway. It is an empty room because everyone who's in it is deceased.
That was an insane Eye of Agamotto from Sentinel, and off of the back of that one, Virtus.Pro are in shambles. They've got to make sure that they get back to be able to regroup in time. 1 minute left. Fi's going to have the Galactic Legend, but that's all Virtus.Pro have to play around with right now. They can buy themselves the poke to be able to build up an Eternal Bond, but that's sacrificing seconds that they can't afford. Sparker needs to be able to have the Karmic Revival to be able to match, as they've not been able to pick up a single tick. Insomnia can play around the point percentage, force Virtus.Pro into overcommitting in this last fight, and then come back in with the last better hurrah.
Lurkin has that Cosmic Yard Amplifier. The BRB is set up around the corner. Once again, in comes Nevix to try and create an opening fight. Has Galactic Legend Blaster Barrage for a setup as they put the pressure onto Forever. The BRB will bring them back, so it's still a 5v4 as Cypher was taken down. Here comes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier for maximum damage as Virtus.Pro are ticking down one by one. Insomnia, no sleep till playoffs. They clean out Virtus.Pro. There's no Strange to Portal. There's 4 seconds left. Venom's giving everything, but they're all that's left. left, and Venom is slain on Clintar. Karmic Revival to touch the point, to bring Venom back, to try and delay. Insomnia will match it for him with the Meteor M to buy time. It does not take down Fi, who's pushing in for the counter. Meteor M is blocked out by the Dark Force teleport, meaning that they're trying to go back in. Fincy getting healed up, but that's gonna be once again Relaxing Knights with the clone onto that Eternal Bond. Dive by Sentinel into the backline. Demon is down, but Virtus.Pro are relentless. They've got a sliver left, but they're running out of bodies. But the reinforcements are coming so fast.
They've got the Terror Cape, they've got the Dagger Dome. They're trying to stabilize on the point. The Bulwark allows them to walk into the heal AoE, but Insomnia have the Regeneration Domain, which is allowing them to hold firm and strong on this point. Nevix has Feast of the Abyss. Where's the Venom? He's trying to find him into the back line, and he's found it! Lurkin goes down, Nocta removed. Fi swaps over to the Strange to teleport back in and make a play with the melee off of the Terror Cape set up from Dridro, and I believe that Virtus.Pro might be able to find A after all. Insomnia tried to hold on, but Virtus.Pro remains strong, and we go to B.
Virtus.Pro, they see Insomnia's legendary holds and they say, give us a go. Revives, delays, Nevix has swapped over to the thing, seeing Demon bring out the Wolverine to again keep the lockdown. Sentinel has their own thing as Fi is matching. The teams are mirroring.
The teams are mirroring, and we're about to see batter up. Who can have the better launch?
Cosmic fast
players not able to set up the fast ball just yet. There it is. There's the confirmation. Sentinel's waiting for the wall to break. We launch the Wolverine. We're in the air. We're trying to find anything that we can. No, we don't manage to grab it, but we do get into position to use Last Stand as Dridro with the Eternal Bond is making sure that they are out of the way of the Wolverine as far from them as they possibly can to keep that ultimate going for the full duration. Terror Cape actually removes Demon from the fight entirely as Solar Resurgence comes out from Saipe, just trying to give Virtus.Pro the stability in this fight. They know with how long it took to grab A, they can't get slowed down a single time. Nocta takes down Saipe, and that's going to signal Virtus.Pro pulling back. They cannot afford to get staggered.
We've seen that Gamma fastball, the Cosmic fastballs coming out, but not yet able to find the targets. It's just the sustain from Insomnia where they're able to duel out. They're still on this rocket with these heavy multiple bodies in the front line, using that big repair mode and that, of course, Battle Rebirth Beacon to stay in the fight. The Majestic Demon flying through the air. Fi forced to retreat as they were the one who was caught out. Will get back to their team for the sustained clobbering times available for both sides.
Yeah, Insomnia, though, have the high ground. They've got 3 lanes to play their players on in anticipation of that clobbering time, which they thought was coming out. That's an early soul bomb from Nocta, and they might pay for it. It's still going to be hold on, but it forced the regeneration domain on the end of Insomnia, and that knocked down those precious resources when this fight goes further. Dridro with the Eternal Bond's going to be able to continue the aggression from Virtus.Pro's side. Nevix gets stunned on out, but it's not going to be enough, as Insomnia are still able to find the picks, disengaging back into the small room. Sparker has to try and stabilize the team with the Karmic Revival. Forever's not able to find the pick off of the Meteor M, but the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier from Insomnia's end matches Witch with the Soul Resurgence, and it's a matter of inches.
Everyone's grouped up, going in. Fincy finds Relaxing Knights while they were in that extra healing, but they're brought back with the Karmic Revival from Nocta, who saved theirs for a little bit longer. Forever is back. There's a sustaining. Demon finds Fincy and is absolutely wiped on the turnaround. Fi saving their final judgment, their last stand for the turnaround here. Finds Nocta, cleans them up. They have Cocoon, but numbers are heavily in Virtus.Pro's favor. They are mirroring Insomnia with these last second pushes. There are no bodies left. They look for a wraparound. Portal comes in to try and delay it with 2 meters and 64 centimeters left. Forever is immediately cleaned off the board.
Yeah, Terror Cape unfortunately connects, and that amplified damage is too much for Insomnia to be able to stand. And now it is going to be Insomnia having to teleport back to the C point spawns, which is going to give Virtus.Pro so much space to be able to push up and ahead, as Insomnia cannot risk losing someone. Demon is off of the Wolverine onto the Punisher, trying to utilize the threat of the turret as well as the CC immunity of it to make sure that Fi on this Wolverine gets scout knocked out before the fight can properly start. As we can see, Virtus.Pro do have that eternal bond, but so far opt not to use it. They're waiting for them to feel truly comfortable that Insomnia are going to be forced apart with so many ultimates, and there it is. Eternal bond in. Insomnia don't have the space to be able to give to disengage it, and the Terror Cape hits the maximum amount of players on the team, but there's no follow-up as Insomnia just give the space, but that means they give the ground on the objective too.
Eyes looking for flanks, looking for anyone. If they can get Demon, that would be huge. Knocked back by the man cannon of the Magneto, but they're topped up. Final judgment for the push in, and they're gonna commit to it with 23 seconds left. Final judgment on the push. Meteor Rem into the regeneration domain. Doctor has picked up and it will revive. They've got 93% onto that Karmic Revival. Sparker has theirs and has to drop it because that final judgment did so much value. Pushing on in. Sensi takes out 5 and they're brought back with the revive. Forever Meteor M takes out no one. It was a clone. As Sentinel takes out Nevix once again in their second elimination of this fight. Tip is brought back thanks to the Cocoon and Virtus.Pro. They're running out of members. 5 seconds for Nevix. It's not enough. Insomnia even up the score.
We fought the second that we saw Symbiotic Surface. You and me, we've both been discussing how we think that this match is gonna go. And we were like, yeah, Insomnia for sure pull Symbiotic Surface. For sure they pull Symbiotic Surface. It's the best map. They've looked insane on it. They've come out from just amazing, impossible turnaround scenarios. 30 seconds they had to be able to beat Peps in an overtime, and they got the full push. It is no surprise that they're able to slow and then permanently halt Virtus.Pro. As, oh my goodness, just both of those two teams, the fights that went on so back and forth, so long. Triple res against triple res means that these fights, they don't just stop. They continue after you find the pick because you have to account for Cocoon revives, Karmic Revival, staggered plays coming on through. And when you've got one side with a Loki and one side with a Cloak and Dagger, every single bit of those resources can stop an ultimate, can stop a pick from coming through, can win you the fight.
Sparker put on one of the games of their life here. They got 23 KOs there. Just the final hits alone, excluding like that grand total that they got by contributing across that Psylocke and that Adam Warlock. But Demon was just living up to their name, as we keep saying, because they knew exactly when to swap. When Virtus.Pro tried to move into the Thing, they quickly swap to the Punisher. When they start to try and dive with the Venom, they turn around and deal with anyone on the flank, especially Dridro, as they kept trying to move in with that Terror Cape. This was an incredible performance by Insomnia on definitely what is looking to be their favorite map so far, and they're taking us into a game number 3 in this best of 5 with the teams evened up.
Yeah, and I mean, Insomnia, the entire team as well, making sure that the Punisher finds the value. We saw so many times, especially on C, like Meteor Am from Finzi, sent Demon's Way, survives it because Relaxing Nights comes on through with a clutch regeneration domain on the Loki, and gets an amazing God of Mischief copy as well to make sure that the Punisher is fully healed up to be able to forge ahead with that final judgment. Every single player on that team understood that when we passed into C, so much time had been just denied to Virtus.Pro on both A and B that they needed 2 fights total to be able to fully shut down C, and that's exactly what they play for. Final judgment buys them the picks, it grabs them the space back, and VP, they're forced to just invest Karmic Revival in a really bad position where everyone can immediately round the corner and try and put pressure off of it. Dridor is able to peel for somewhat of that space off of a Terror Cape coming on through, and the blind comes out, and Karmic Revival is over 10 meters in front of the player who does get blinded, so they don't see anything that's going on. But Virtus.Pro, you can tell like how much troubles they had on C because they knew that they wouldn't be able to fully regroup, but will be regrouping with map number 3 after this break.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful.
Well, so far, our predictions for the day, Tetcha, are bang on the money. Not sure about you all in chat, though. As Virtus.Pro versus Insomnia, I know a lot of people are anticipating it to be a 3-0 sweep, but no. Insomnia dig their heels into the ground and say, we will not give up. We will fight you through overtime after overtime to be able to full push Symbiotic Surface. And now the ball, just like the Wolverine fastball, is fully in Virtus.Pro's court. Where do they decide to take us?
This is not a situation that Virtus.Pro are unfamiliar with. They have been in this situation where they've lost maps against teams before. Peps, for example, they've made it. Obviously, Berber Patapim, Zero Tenacity, Luminosity Gaming. They have experienced losing maps. It's series where we've seen it so rare, which is why it was so exciting when Rad were able to take that victory against them and knock them down into this lower bracket. And Insomnia, they have shown something so scary that Virtus.Pro took aspects of it to try and counter it, but Insomnia, having more experience, they adjusted faster and were able to take that map number 2. Virtus.Pro, though, you talked about it earlier. They used to struggle a little bit in terms of domination. Now they're still not going to be able to play that yet because we're in the best of 5s. They have to choose a convoy map to go into for next one.
Yes, but then the map after that one, it can be domination again, Tetcha. It can be domination again. We're in the BO5s, which means that we can potentially see more than 3 maps. And the way that that is going to work is that you can't play the same map type twice. However, when we had to map 4, it essentially gets fully reset. So if you wanted to, you could play a convoy map immediately after this, but more than likely, if Insomnia lose this, they will be taking us to a domination. As Virtus.Pro decide to take us to Midtown with an EMEA ban right off the blocks immediately, and Insomnia yet again going to be saving the Loki from Relaxing Nights, which has been the saving grace of a lot of Insomnia's fights. These regeneration domains have been working double, triple time, you could say.
This is the first team that has let Insomnia get onto that Loki. As Relaxing Nights up until now had one of the smallest hero pools of any player, only playing Invisible Woman up until this series from the research that we were able to have a look at. And now getting Loki almost every single game and showing so much power. They have stolen so many of Virtus.Pro's Eternal Bonds that it's like they're essentially playing Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, and Insomnia too are going to be able to come on through with the actual Loki ban against Virtus.Pro. So no God of Mischief coming on through from their backline, as Virtus.Pro once again are going to be going for the one-sided Cloak and Dagger. Insomnia target banning out Fire's Torch. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, as we've seen that in that last round of Symbiotic Surface, they were able to deal with Sparker's Psylocke. They weren't able to on Domination, however, though, so I would imagine Virtus.Pro are going to want to try to have that one in the back pocket once more.
That one-sided Cloak and Dagger has done so much work for them. Here's that protection onto the Magneto. These drafts are identical. They have yet to adjust anything from game to game here. Virtus.Pro, with their final ban out, is it going to be anything different? Adam.
One-sided Adam as well, because it's the advanced pick and bans, which means that if Virtus.Pro want to, they can put Sparker on the Adam, so they have options available. If Insomnia are able to deal with the Psylocke, they'll just get to go for the Adam, or potentially they'll play the Adam right from the get-go, as Virtus.Pro do decide to defend first rather than attack, and the Adam composition is an absolute barn burner when it comes to stall potential off of the amount of revives that's available.
It also allows you to just get damage boosts onto potentially a Punisher if that's the route you want to go. Set up a culling turret on that first corner and make it incredibly difficult to break out of spawn without having to commit to something a little bit scary, a little bit scared but weirder, like that Penny Parker rocket hold that we did see earlier on in the tournament, but has fallen off as time's gone on.
I wonder if we could go for it. We saw that Saipo was on the rocket there. And I mean, sometimes, well, in past metas, we would say the rocket is purely for either giving infinite ammo to a Punisher or a Bucky. That team up has since been removed. Or you would use it to give one of your duelists super jump with the cookie packs coming on through. But there has been a meta that has been established fully around mid-10 that you can see Insomnia are actually anticipating, given the fact that they run off originally on the Moon Knight Squirrel Girl with the Mantis for the damage boost. They see that Virtus.Pro aren't going for the close hold, so it is back to this respawn that we go to swap off onto our default composition. It's going to be Nocta coming out on that Ultron and Demon once more in the Punisher's pilot form.
Whereas once again, we are going to be seeing Virtus.Pro lead on that Star-Lord. Nevix bringing out the Captain America this time with Fincy on that Magneto. So they have a little bit of backline pressure to apply to Insomnia, but with that Loki, they've got some protection of their own. And of course, Nocta in the sky, the Invisible Woman with the knockbacks, and of course that psionic force to pull people into a single spot is going to make it a little bit harder for the Captain America to operate as freely as they might otherwise like.
True, but they are stalling out the payload's process. Insomnia are getting it over the distance slowly but surely, but Phi has already, off of how stacked Insomnia's players are, been able to build nearly 80% this first Galactic Legend. Nocta gets sedated by Saipe, so the Ultron isn't able to bail them out, but comes on through with the Rage of Ultron, targeting the Star-Lord before the Galactic Legend can come through, which is absolutely massive. Phi should be able to self-revive and have Galactic Legend on the field before Forever gets the Meteor M, and the sleep onto the Magneto stops him from utilizing the ultimate at the start of it. But Insomnia, with the copy God of Mischief coming on through from Relaxing Nights, are able to stabilize the ultimate.
They're able to hold the line, but once again, Virtus.Pro, they slow it down here. This has been their strategy. They're not committing to these big hold fights. They're just giving up inches as opposed to meters to give themselves any extra time to try and delay, as Demon will drop that final judgment and is immediately popped. Media M and actually got finished off by the Terracade.
Yeah,
Nice.
But Meteor M slam dunks Comic Revival spot. Forever knows exactly where they're going to be and times it just as they come out of the iframe animation. And that should be this fight on a completed. However, Virtus.Pro do have a strange teleport recontest play if they want to opt for it. And Nevix too on this Captain America is currently getting body blocked by the Doctor Strange, but he's going to be looking to launch himself onto that payload to buy Finzy the time to come on through with the portal before Insomnia can lock up A.
Demons brought back the Wolverine, realizing that there is this Captain America in the backline. Aya Agamotto comes out, finds absolutely nothing. Great invasion. And those barriers by the side of Virtus.Pro. But Finzy is targeted down by Demon, realizing how mobile Virtus.Pro are. They're looking for pickups to try and burst them down. Cypher with that Soul Rejuvenation to set up. Relaxing Knights will go in for the clone on that invisible boundary.
Galactic Legends built up a fight, but he doesn't have the health bar to give the confidence to use it until now. He gets stabilized by his backline, but that allowed Insomnia to stabilize their positions in anticipation of it. He's only finding Vanguards right now. He can't commit into the backline until now. Drigger gives him the in with the Eternal Bond and gets grabbed out of it by the Wolverine. Goes down early. Bond divorced.
Fincy's returned to that thing to try and lock down Demon with the Rage of Ultron, trying to get onto Cyber in the backline to prevent that extra healing. Sentinel will take out Fincy. It's Karmic Revival. One-sided Adam is bringing him back once again, and we will see Virtus.Pro delay with everything they can. The real invisible boundary, not the God of Mischief one, will be set up to try and keep this fight going for Insomnia. Final last stand coming in. Cyber is taken out, but in the meantime, Nevix is deep in the backline.
Freedom Charge versus the Stability of Regeneration Domain. Finzy's back on the thing for the Yancey Street Charge, but Relaxing Night has the God of Mischief and gets the copy onto the Invis boundary, and Fire's forced out. Saipe's got the Soul Resurgence. We've got the Meteor M off of the Eye of Agamotto, the Wombo combo from the two Vanguards. It's an overtime play. It's all Virtus.Pro have left. A Soul Bond comes on through, a desperate attempt to get Phi the damage to both the Galactic Legend before Insomnia bought anything to counter it. Out comes the Veil of Life Force from Drigger to keep the Vanguard stalling that payload so that Phi on the off lane can come on through with the ultimate, but he gets grabbed. He goes too low. The Vanguards have fallen. He has no choice but to throw himself directly onto the payload to contest it, and Demon is licking his lips and lying in wait.
Gonna go back to spawn, not gonna let the Cocoon keep going. And yet another overtime point grabbed by Insomnia as they make their way in. Phi has been an absolute menace on this man from Missouri, but they have yet to be able to capitalize and put a stop to Insomnia as they are resilient. Keep pushing it, and they keep swapping Demon. Every time Nemix moves over to the thing, the Punisher comes out. Every time they swap off back to the Captain America, the Wolverine appears. And every time they need to hold a point, the Wolverine comes back to force people off the point. Insomnia are so quick with their versatility as Dridro is going in for another basically one-man army into the backline looking for anyone who's out of position.
Yeah, Finzi gets Demon as well, and the chaos. And Phi now with the Bulwark gets to come on through and look for later staggers. Insomnia's A push was slow. 1,000 cuts essentially of payload objective pressure, and now they've been dwindled down to only a minute and a half, and off of the back of that early pick onto the Punisher, which is, like you said, now a Wolverine because Nevix is over to the Captain America. Insomnia have one good fight left, and they know that they're not going to get cleanly out of a choke, so a portal play it is. Rage of Ultron comes on through from Noctur at the same time as Lurkin drops the invis boundary to make sure, guarantee that Insomnia all survive the portal. And Virtus.Pro just back on off and allow their players to get traded so they can get brought right back into the mix with Karmic Revival.
Meteor M at the ready to try and counter. Aya Magamoto from Sentinel finds the strategist, but they are healing. They've got all the sustainment. They burn the strategist ultimate outside of the fight. Meteor M going to be coming in from Forever if they can land it. From Finzi, sorry. Forever on the other side is looking for theirs. They will find Cypher, trading the 1 for 0. Wolverine taking on to Finzi. Cypher returns back to the Cocoon from the Adam Warlock, meaning that it's still a 6v6, at least for the moment. Demon pushing on in, tries to get onto Phi with the Feral Leap, but they're at least 2 mobile. Demons drop low, leaping into the regeneration domain to buy a couple extra seconds.
Phi's got Galactic Legend. Dridro gives the aggressive play with the Eternal Bond, and Insomnia are running out of space. 10 seconds left. They don't have the means of dealing with it. One falls. If they run from the Galactic Legend, they run right into the crosshairs of Sparker. And because they'd already invested the Strange Portal in the fight prior, no one is going to be able to get into the objective in time to contest it and activate overtime. And that is where the payload finally pauses.
Technically over halfway. 1.100 meters. Almost all the way to that backline, all the way to that point B. They were able to hold Virtus.Pro now on the attack. And they're sticking with that Captain America, looking to pressure the backline. Sparker has once again shown that they are incredible on this Adam, and making it one-sided is working a little bit better for them than it did for Insomnia.
Do Insomnia actually commit to this Namor? It's gonna be rough. They don't have the Luna. So they can't damage amp the Horn of Proteus, but they might well go for the Namor because they're anticipating Navix on this Captain America just being the cat amongst the pigeons, or I guess the cap amongst the enemy team's backline. And you need something that's going to be able to stop the Cap America from just getting so much space for Phi and Sparker to do whatever they want to deal with.
This is how they adjusted in their latter half of Symbiotic Surface in their match versus Rad. They brought out that Namor to try and deal with people diving onto the backline. In their case, it was the Torch playing a little bit further back and the Venom trying to dive. But instead, we'll see them use it for a little bit of a hold. That's a jump scare, as they will try and at least delay. And Virtus.Pro, once again, expecting a spawn hold, do start off on the Black Widow.
Ooh, but Cypher is the one that goes down instead. Phi doesn't find the opening shot, but the Gamma Squid absolutely finds the target that it's looking for. Over to the actual Star-Lord we go. The duelist making it out of the spawn doors. As Noctur already 35% to that first Horn of Proteus is getting full pocketed by the team right now. Virtus.Pro know that they've got the one-sided Adam, so out comes the aggressive Soul Bomb, so they can start taking the space. But Lurkin with the Force Physics takes Nevix down, and Virtus.Pro have lost the ability to have an off angle into the back line. They know that if they go into the main road fight, they're going to get out-angled by the defense.
Nevix has brought back the thing. Try and lock down the Hulk. Stop them from leaping out. As that's what they're doing. Diving in, diving out. Demon on that Wolverine. Looking for anyone who's isolated. They've been trying to get a couple of these Gamma fastballs. And here is the play from Virtus.Pro. Wrapping around from behind to try and zone out this high ground position. Forcing a removal of the side of Insomnia over to the opposite building.
But a huge exhale onto Nevix permanently stops the momentum from Virtus.Pro's swing up into that high ground, and Insomnia have been winning the poke fight. They've already got the ultimates. Demon gets Earthbound, tries to turn around and dispatch the thing in his back line, but Phi gets taken down too by the continuous pressure that the Snake was able to output. Eternal Bond comes out from Dridro. Forever's looking for the angle, doesn't find the Cloak and Dagger, but finds the Starlord, who'd already self-revived. The Terror Cape and the Earthbound uses the Magneto, can't try and reposition back to his team, but the heal is good from Insomnia, and Demon is about to be a monster in the backline that Virtus.Pro have to turn around and deal with.
Doing a lot of damage on them, but Nocturne and Forever have both been taken down as finally Virtus.Pro are starting to capitalize, creeping on forward, heading towards that point A, meaning it would become a distance game. Demon is chased all the way back, and Phi does not want to give it up, but will not dive into the building, not going to get themselves caught out of position. In comes the portal. Demon making their way back into spawn so they can rush in to this portal to rejoin. There's the extra invisible boundary to try and buy as much time as possible. Cypher keeping their team topped up with that Soul Rejuvenation. Galactic Legend comes on out, Snipes lurking, and is doing huge work on this backline.
Yeah, the Invis boundary had to be used from Insomnia to cushion the fall out of the teleport, which means that Phi just had to lie in wait for the Galactic Legend to find the targets that it's looking for, and off at the back of that one, that will be A, and it is a huge difference in time bank in comparison to what Insomnia had at their disposal as we headed into that part of the map. Virtus.Pro already moving on up, taking the high ground. Demon going to be over towards that Punisher, trying to just find a pick, buy time for his team to stabilize. Noct even going over to the Heller, a hit scan to be able to match Whitson, Dual Sparker and Phi, but Nevix and Phi are lying in wait around the corner, and it means that Sentinel on the Strange is going to be taking damage directly to the face.
Doing as much time as they can, gets pulled in by that Soul Siphon. But Nevix, Fincy, Phi taken out. They run into the Punisher, who with the shotgun is holding their yard, trying to take them down. Sparker, they're trying to stagger them to buy extra time. 3 minutes remaining. Every second matters here. And Insomnia, look at how long they're going to leave this. That is so big for them.
Yeah. It's not a matter of get off my lawn, it's stay on it for as long as we possibly can, because we need to buy the time back after losing that fast. Sparker actually is committing the cocoon instead of revisiting the spawn room. They've got Karmic Revival, they've also got Eternal Bond. They want to go now as Noctis slows the push down. Goddess of Death denies, and the team's been split. One made it all the way to the high ground, and the rest still stuck behind. They can't go until Goddess of Death has burnt through, but that's allowed Insomnia to stabilize a position for Demon with that final judgment to be the finger threat. Virtus.Pro have to worry about Fincy with the Bulwark, survives the Force Physics as Dridro, an aggressive Eternal Bond, denies the off-angle space for Insomnia's duelists.
Lovely block onto the media M. Ayamangamoto is going to lock down Nevix as they move in with the invisible boundary. Final judgment from Demon with the steal once again from Relaxing Nights, and it's going to once again be Insomnia dominating these fights, but they burn even more resources, burning that God of Mischief to steal that Eternal Bond once again. All they have left is Meteor M. 46% on Goddess of Death, 35 on Aya Wakamoto, 21 on Invisible Boundary. Compare that to Virtus.Pro. Soul Rejuvenation, Karmic Revival, Galactic Legend, all at the ready, and they only need to push another 6 meters.
Yeah, Nevix is over to the Captain America to provide threat on that objective and also into that backline. Phi's already been able to dispatch the Punisher. Can now look for the backline itself. Galactic Legend comes on through, gets absorbed by Meteor M. The Magneto also getting the Guardian Shield to be able to fall back onto. Regen Domain invested from Insomnia to trying to hold the line, keep a body on the cart to buy the time to come through for the contest, but it's not enough. Virtus.Pro knew They just had to slowly inch that payload closer and closer to the finish line every single fight, driving Insomnia's resources further down and further down until eventually they hit rock bottom and the revive composition could come on through, swing the first stage of a fight. If it goes south, it's okay. You've got the reses. You can out-sustain your opponent.
An incredible sustain. Like you said, the one-sided Adam for those out sustains just keep the bodies up. They tried to adjust and they were winning at fights, but you can only win so many fights if your opponent is infinite. Consistently coming back, consistently piling on the pressure. 20 KOs for the side at 5, 26 for Nocta, who really put on a huge show for their team to try and turn this round. What we did see is the difference between how many of these Eye of Agamottos did land. While the Media M's were on point, Sentinel, it was not even something they're doing. It's just how well Virtus.Pro are able to position to make sure that they're not going to be set up every single time.
Yeah, and I mean, even if Eye of Agamotto does land, Virtus.Pro have the resources that they've always put to the side in anticipation of that ultimate coming on through. Sparker with the Soul Bond Saipe as well, making sure that we've got the most amount of seeds to set up for the heals, and then Dridro, the Veil of Light Forces coming on through from this Cloak and Dagger for that 15% kill boost that just allows them to survive past the break point that would normally break the Camel's back when you look at the damage that the Strange can do with follow-up of that Maelstrom of Madness. Virtus.Pro just adapting, out-adapting. We knew that this series would be a matter of evolution, that these two teams would be coming in and we'd be seeing continuous changes, and we're getting to see it live in play. Demon just back and forth, Nevix back and forth, Sparker back and forth. Now we have to see where the coin lands. Is it going to be a domination map that Insomnia decide to take us to, or do they flip the script entirely and take us to another map?
We've still got some good convergences and convoys like that, although we did just see the convoy getting dropped here. So potentially if convergence is an option, we have Dracula's Castle at the ready. But we'll have to find out as we're going to be heading to a quick break. And when we return, we will see if Insomnia can create the resurgence versus Virtus.Pro, or if Virtus.Pro will punch their ticket to the group finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는
Virtus.Pro now one map away from securing their spot in that group finals and getting that higher seed. But Insomnia have been taking them to the limit over and over again. But they just can't seem to tip it over the edge sometimes. As this case, Virtus.Pro were able to lock them down.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like Insomnia are a very, very strong team. Like, a lot of people have slept on them, but they have significant potential. And we're getting to see, like, there are fights where they are just overwhelming Virtus.Pro, but then Virtus.Pro have the read. They understand, like, okay, this is going to be your side advantage at the beginning of the fight, but as long as you don't manage to find any picks on our side, we can come through and win the second stage. And that's sort of how you play triple res, which, I mean, makes sense. They were on a triple res composition. Now that you're Insomnia, when we move into the picks and bans, even when you move into the map type, do you take us somewhere where you want to go for that triple res mirror? Or do you just try and ban out the Sparker Atom yet again? But one thing that we're unfortunately not getting to see are some heroes that were in play for Season 1 and have since disappeared in Season 2, but you can still play them and you can still find a lot of value with them, with our wonderful cosmetics too. Drip before viability is my motto of choice, and these skins are absolutely dripped out. Iron Fist, Binary Fist, and Moon Knight Phoenix Knight are in the game score right now. If you boot up the game, you will be able to purchase them.
The sun haunts you with the Phoenix doing huge damage from that Moon Knight, making everything on fire. It looks absolutely gorgeous. And then, of course, the Binary Fist, the Binary Magneto looks gorgeous. This skin is no different. The Binary is ones and zeros. The one is punch. The zero is also punch. It's just so strong. We even saw a little bit of Iron Fist at the start of Season 2, but Season 2.5, it fell out a little bit. But we've been seeing a couple teams, including Low 9, for example, swap onto it for the fast rollouts, and the fact it's one of the more sustainy divers in terms of the melee duelists when everything else has already been taken, to at least try to hold a point in overtime.
Yeah, sustain definitely feels like a good segue to talk about what we think is going to be what Insomnia decide to do against Virtus.Pro. As Virtus.Pro won Midtown, Insomnia now get the opportunity to take us to any map type. The BO5s, the rules, the maps coming on through mean that if we go into map number 4, it gets reset entirely. The order is fully now reset to take us either to a convergence, a convoy, or a domination, as Insomnia decide to swerve convoy, swerve domination, and take us to convergence. Whole of Dajalia is where they believe they're going to be able to take a second map off of Virtus.Pro and continue to be able to match wits up into that grand final.
And so far, the drafts remain pretty much the same, starting with these EMEA bans. Insomnia now with their chance to protect. They've been putting a lot of protection onto this Loki, and this game will be no different. This is going to mean that Virtus.Pro will get a protection onto the Magneto, but the question is, will they let it slip through as far as they have been so far, giving it to Insomnia every time?
Yeah, they have been liking to ban the Luna second, and it is again going to come on through, as both of these teams do like having options left open to them, so that one plan works for a little bit and then the other team adapts and then they have to go and readjust. Has been very much the storyline of the series thus far, as Virtus.Pro will be able to secure a Magneto for their side. Insomnia are going to have to be choosing what they want to ban out, but Magneto is going to be kept out of their ban reach.
Virtus.Pro with the, so far, one-sided Magneto. We'll see if that does continue, as once again they've let it through every time so far. Insomnia, though, not going to let the Loki through, continue to keep that one-sided. But so far, they have given over that Cloak and Dagger almost every single time, and it looks like that might continue as they look at that Torch again instead of the Cloak and Dagger. There's just so little time to fit everything in when you know that these are such big priorities.
Well, you said it yourself, right? Relaxing Knights has had God of Mischief up so many times, they might as well be playing Cloak and Dagger. However, that Terror Cape, that 12-second cooldown cycle of it, has been one major factor in bailing out Virtus.Pro in these long overdrawn fights between the two, where having that 28% increased vulnerability on whoever gets hit by it has bought them the ability to absolutely burn a player of Insomnia if the ultimates aren't around to sustain. As Luna is going to be banned on out for both sides, Magneto is going to be saved from Insomnia, and Virtus.Pro now have to think about what they want to try to remove. Sparker, by the way, Psylocke has also been able to get through, which has been happening multiple times, and once more Virtus.Pro remove the Adam Warlock from rotation, so they're going to be the ones with Karmic Revival and no one else.
Moxie, I'm getting deja vu. One Adam Warlock coming in once again. These drafts are identical to the last time with Insomnia. They really do still believe in this. Virtus.Pro, they think they may have found the secret source. Removing the Golden God, taking away Adam that we see in Insomnia get so many revives with, and then picking it for themselves. They love this Star-Lord composition with that damage boost, with those revives. It is so hard to get rid of.
Yeah, Insomnia, though, might be adding a Storm to the mix. Lightning might be slightly on the horizon, alongside a 12% allied damage boost when the Goddess boost comes on through. Potentially, they're going to use this for Demon to try to match against Sparker, who, like you said, is going to be getting a lot of resources alongside Phi funneled into them with the sheer amount of damage boost that Virtus.Pro's composition and backline can output.
The intergalactic empire of Wakanda could see a grand finalist crowned as they have to make their way in with that Bast statue. Defenses will have to be set up by Virtus.Pro at this early stage, and they are already, as usual, going to be locking onto that high ground, whereas Insomnia looks like they are going to try and open up with a turret portal to siege on in with a Guardian Barrier. They're going to try and weaken the defenses first using that Storm damage boost.
Yeah, Nevix actually scouted out that it was a portal play, though, so everyone from Virtus.Pro just takes one step backwards, and portal gets nothing. However, taking a step backwards frees up the space. Insomnia say, if you're not using it, we absolutely will, and they move in. They're going to be pretty hard, though, to rewrite, as Virtus.Pro with the Soul Bomb already sends Phi in with that Blaster Barrage. Everyone gets tethered up by Nevix. They take Phi down, but he'll be back in a matter of moments with the Cocoon coming on through, and Insomnia now being boxed into a very small space with not a lot of angles to hide away, but Demon is still finding these picks on the Punisher.
Absolutely cleaning up there. They now have a damage boost with the help of that Storm. This is a composition we have seen before as well, but it does work. When you're not going to be looking at this Mantis or at this Cloak and Dagger, then you might as well add some extra DPS with the Storm, who's also able to just clean up as well. You have now opened up your options for that Omega Hurricane. Even with an interesting rollback. I don't know what that is.
He was trying high ground. He was trying to get high ground, but he clipped his body ever so slightly into the wall. There we go. It's fine. We've got 2 zip lines. Doesn't matter. Didn't happen. We didn't see it on broadcast. What we are going to be seeing is the final judgment, as Virtus.Pro tried to send Phi into the mix to just get Demon off of this God angle right now, and he's just getting the full pocket. Guardian Shield Strangers up there too, making sure that nothing is going to be able to pressure this Punisher off before Insomnia decide to start the fight.
A Loki firing squad, a Doctor Strange, a Guardian Barrier. This is a painful area. They're going to try and force a mispositioning here using this Omega Hurricane. Not going to find anything, so just has to use it for a reposition. That is unfortunate, thanks to that Eternal Bomb being burned so early. But here comes the Media M not finding the pickup, allowing Demon full freedom to counter push in. Another steal onto that Eternal Bond has set up Insomnia for a push on in towards point number 2. But the Galactic Legend and that Soul Rejuvenation and that Karmic Revival mean Virtus.Pro are not giving up without a fight.
huge loop comes out from Saipei onto Forever to make sure that the Eye of Agamotto does not find the vulnerable targets as they come through from that Karmic Revival state. Virtus.Pro strike them back. They will return, but stronger. Insomnia denied, deprived of a fast B momentum snowball. Going to have to now try and find a way of getting Demon once more into a much harder position to be able to take, as Virtus.Pro have already got the estate of the high ground, but Nocturne on the storm with that Goddess boost is something that Virtus.Pro have to be vigilant of.
Verticality added thanks to the map. They can now try and get up onto that high ground themselves without having to use that zipline, which does still remain in place, but now anyone can follow up if needed. Forever going to be pushing up to the inner high ground of the center tower to make some space to use that Seraphim barrier, the Doctor Strange shield, to create openings to give the protection that allows Storm to creep on up with the lightning strikes.
Omega Hurricane's already been built on the side of Nocta. Insomnia don't want to give up the space that they've been able to buy. Out it comes, right onto Virtus.Pro's back line. It's early in the fight. The strategists are stacked. They're healing each other through all of that damage. And Nocta doesn't get caught by their team. They go down to Sparker. Eternal Bond for Eternal Bond. One actual Cloak and Dagger into the Loki copy. Both of these are going to expire at the same time. And that means that Demon just has to survive. The final judgment for this next fight should be the answer that Insomnia are looking for, and Virtus.Pro know that the Punisher is holding that ultimate. They've got to stagger out these picks for as long as they possibly can, so that when the portal comes on through from Forever, it's going to be lacking a Loki behind it.
2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining. We see Insomnia. They choose to go with the slow roll. Wait for the Loki to appear. They burn Regeneration Domain, but it will be back very shortly as they wrap in from behind. High ground taken by Nevix to look for anyone as they come through that portal to go for a bit of a punish. You'll see Star-Lord hovering on the periphery, waiting for any ambushes. They make their way into the invisible boundary with the final judgment. Meteor End, can they time it with the block? It is just going to get popped.
Parker, though, the second that they saw that portal come through, already isolated himself from the fight. I don't think they even need the Karmic Revival, though. Nevix's Feast of the Abyss comes through after Invis boundary has expired, and Virtus.Pro still have all of the damage when Insomnia run out of resources. This B is proving to be so much harder to be able to capture than A.
They can't get back onto their high ground position. They're getting zoned away. Virtus.Pro have completely locked themselves down to make sure that Insomnia cannot break this line. As such, we do see a swap. Sentinel will be bringing out the thing to try and just lock down Fire and Nevix, prevent the backline dive, and of course give that extra protection to Storm or Demon with that embattled leap and the Stone Aegis for the extra protection.
Insomnia think they found the answer against the dive, but here's the thing. Forever comes through with the Meteor M almost getting built up to match Fi's charge, but it's Nocta that they're looking at right now. Omega Hurricane needs to force Virtus.Pro's position. Eternal Bond is out on the field for Drigger. Relaxing Knight's copying it, but the Magneto gets pressured out. Fi understood who would be targeting him potentially, and Galactic Legend comes through clean off of the back of Terror Cape, amplifying the damage too. Insomnia denied another fight, but it only comes at the cost of one singular ultimate. God of Mischief is taken out of rotation, and Forever's taken off of the Magneto onto the Captain America because Insomnia have been not got that strange portal. They need the Captain America to tap to activate overtime, and that's exactly what Virtus.Pro are more than happy to play. The time bank is firmly in their favor as they've still got Karmic Revival in play.
Cap will touch the point. This will give them the overtime as everyone else makes their way into touch. Every person who goes down now, you'll see them swap onto fast rollout characters to give them the turnaround. Nocta is going to be playing the game of chicken, coming in with that Omega Hurricane and the final judgment. They're just going to go for overwhelming presence, and it's working, but Sparker has hidden in the corner. Karmic Revival as they wait out the remainder of the final judgment. Immediately, Demon up to the high ground, cunning turret to try and buy every extra second as that car makes its way forward. Fincy finishing off Nocta as they move on in. The Feast from the Abyss forcing them off the point, taking out the backline. Relaxing Knight falls while Demon is getting flanked by Fi. Nevix comes in for the pickup. Nocta swapping onto the Strange to hope that the portal is off cooldown. Senti moving their way in on the thing. Portal's on the way. They're buying as much time as they can, but it's not gonna be enough. And Insomnia put a stop to at 1.104 meters.
Oh, Rescomp. Oh, Rescomp.
Say it
Everyone
again.
hates attacking into a Rescomp position because every single time you get a little bit of space, they just come right back, and there's nothing that you can do about it a lot of the time, unless you have things like the Supernova from the Torch to be able to keep a track of where that Karmic Revival spot could be coming from. But no, Insomnia, unfortunately, just having to put the Storm into play so that they have the damage boost to potentially match up against the breakpoints that Virtus.Pro have with the Mantis and the Cloak and Dagger on their side.
Ritro is going for penny bombs from the spawn to try and set up. If they find this, they're going full spider team. I don't know how much of this is going to make it out, but look out for that feed to see if anyone from Insomnia gets caught by this.
Surely no.
Surely
it's going to take a little bit of time for them to walk through the doors on Garage, but I would assume, given the composition that everyone on the side of them are on, no one's going to be playing to Garage. We're all going to be posted up on the high ground to make sure that our Duelist has as much space as possible, especially because Nocta on this Hela, it's go broke or go home. This Hela needs to find these picks. At least with things like that Soul Drainer, you're going to be able to grab someone and force their position. But you do have to worry about being jumped on by a strange portal. So we can already see that Insomnia are playing everyone very much close to home.
Kai has started with a Spider-Man. They might be looking to see if they can get a quick isolation onto someone. Sentinel, once again, on the thing to try and punish, and that will force fight back onto the Star-Lord. But to be fair, it's been working extremely well for them. As Demon forced down to the low ground. They're going to try and push on in. Virtus.Pro taking a lot of damage up there, but they, of course, have the building to retreat into.
What a huge Soul Drainer from Nocta connected onto 4 players. However, Dredro is rocketing towards this first Eternal Bond, and there's no one-shot potential on the side of Insomnia. They're going to be able to use it to forge aggressively off of the high ground right into Insomnia's entire forces, and that's going to include point possession as well. Terra Cape comes on through. Nocta is forced back. They have to try and stabilize. Finzy's even on the Captain America just to have the disruption factor against Insomnia, but Relaxing Knights has also been able to keep a pace with the ultimate charge. Out comes the God of Mischief. Their own Eternal Bond has now been forged, and Saipe has to answer back with the Soul Resurgence. The heal on its own, not enough to win the fight, but the Terra Cape off of Dredro will absolutely do, and Demon is forced into investing the Final Judgment, an ultimate trade that Virtus.Pro are more than happy to make.
Virtus.Pro burned everything and Insomnia backed away. They were able to survive it all. Then Insomnia pushed back Virtus.Pro. They traded 1 for 1 and then backed up after burning this big cooldown. And that is where they are struggling, burning this huge cooldown while Virtus.Pro are just about to hit that Galactic Legend. Nocta will just be sniped out the sky if they try to move in here. Meteor M to absorb at least some of it and will snipe Cypher as they take down Vi. That is huge for Insomnia as they push on, inducing that invisible boundary. Karmic Revival will have to be burned inside that central building for the turnaround as they try to reinforce, but already the rest of their team is cleaned out, so they have to regroup, heal up, make their way in, and they get Dredro.
That's huge! Goddess of Death comes through from Nocta directly over Demon's Culling Turret, and Virtus.Pro have no ground to stand on. Dredro building up that Eternal Bond far faster than Relaxing Knights, as the Loki was managing to use the AoE primary heal, but Dredro too was getting to heal so many of those players stacked on up, but they get shut down. Insomnia managed to have the damage to break the Cloak and Dagger's base health form before Dredro gets one of those dashes to start healing them per a second, and that's going to be Insomnia holding on. Nocta doesn't have the Goddess of Death, but Demon is going to have the Final Judgment, and Dredro burned the Eternal Bond. Soul Resurgence might have to be stacked with the Freedom Charge just to survive, as Finzy pops the Freedom Charge early. The dive comes on through alongside the Venom, but the Force Physics from Merkin forces them backward, and the Final Judgment is here.
They've gone for the clone once again. Relaxing Knights onto the Cloak and Dagger. Goes for the Dark Force teleport to get up to the high ground to see if they can catch anyone out of position. And it's a lot more cooldowns going to be burned by Insomnia once again. But the fact is, they've held this at 1/3. They burn every cooldown almost every time, but they still have clobbering time. They almost have Media M again, and they are keeping Virtus.Pro back.
Navic's Piece of the Abyss, though, is something that you have to be worried about. So too is Pi, all the way on this off angle. Slowly but surely building up that next Galactic Legend. Sci-Fi is starting to go a little bit low, but they have to worry about the Star-Lord. That Blaster Barrage has already been able to build up Galactic Legend far faster than Meteor M. And Virtus.Pro can double down in this fight before Insomnia have the answers. And Viz Boundary gets used on the point itself for Insomnia to buy themselves the space to build those counters up. And the Galactic Legend comes on through. The Punisher position static, but forever forces 3 players from Virtus.Pro back to respawn. Meteor M might not take the planet out, but it takes Virtus.Pro's chances out.
The Karmic Revival has revived the chances as they make their way back in, pushing onto the point, and Ridro with the Terracate. It is Insomnia being sent to sleep on this first point as Virtus.Pro break the line with seconds remaining, and the Statue of Bast is activated.
Oh, and potentially a stagger kill. Yeah, they get Demon. One pick against the Punisher, who had Final Judgment, the thing that Insomnia needed to use to stop Virtus.Pro from moving forward, aggressively taking the spaces, getting Pi and Nevix already into an angle where they don't have to burn cooldowns to get the space. They can start in it right from the get-go. This dive is going to be dangerous. Demon still, though, has been able to regroup back around the corner. Virtus.Pro give the respect, but Sentinel on the thing charges directly into Virtus.Pro to stop them from disengaging. Sci-Fi goes down. Drigger tries to find the trade with the Eternal Bond and gets 1, gets 2, gets 3.
Dredro is showing exactly. They're not done. They're zoning. They're spawn camping them with that extra Terracate. They're showing exactly why this Cloak and Dagger has become the key character of this stage. As the car moves on in, Sentinel will make their way back in Earthbound with the Galactic Legend. Not yet available, but 94% of the way through. Meteor M getting blocked out by the Iron Bulwark, but no one's on the point. It's GG. Virtus.Pro take the map and the series in a 3-1.
What a whiplash. We go from what is going to be a full hold of A into Karmic Revival, and then from there it's just fully in Virtus.Pro's hands. I mean, I say that, it's fully in Dredro's hands. That is one of the most aggressive Eternal Bonds that I have ever seen, but the space that it brought the payload to just keep trucking along. And in the meantime, everyone from Insomnia is panicking, having to deal with a Cloak and Dagger in the backline, who, by the way, almost did as much damage as Sparker on the Adam Warlock.
Just cleaning up the damage boosts, the assists, and then flanking into the backline. They only really got countered once by Demon on that Punisher. Every other time, it was just trying to match it with the Loki, which, let's be honest, Relaxing Knights did an insane job, but you can't beat the original.
I mean, yeah, Dredro every 12 seconds, Terracate. And every single time, too, they coordinated perfectly. When we were watching Fi's POV to go in with the Blaster Barrages, he was getting the Bulwark from Finzi. The Terracate was directed at the target of focus that the Star-Lord was staring down. They had some amazing combinations where they would utilize the fact that Demon was so static in their movements, and they would just Terracate the Punisher and force Insomnia to have to over-invest resources to keep Demon standing. And I mean, this Karmic Revival, too, coming on out. Nevix going over to the Venom as well to make sure that Demon is denied the angle that can potentially be used in overtime to buy the space back for everyone to trade some through out of their spawn. Like, Virtus.Pro just had such a good read of the situation. There was a little bit of a struggle on A, but teams struggle on A if you don't manage to find the point off of the first fight. The second that they got A, we were off to the races.
This was a game where you've got to say that the strategists were the ones who made the plays. We talked about Dredro. They were constantly in the backline, constantly getting that vulnerability onto enemies and setting up. Cypher was constantly damage boosting. Fire had some perfect soul rejuvenations, and Sparker. This game would straight up be over if they had not landed a couple of those Karmic Revivals. It's as simple as that. Without those revives, then Insomnia would have been able to push on through and would have been able to hold them at some of these setups. Virtus.Pro, they move on to the finals of the groups, but Insomnia are going to be worrying a lot of people in those playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, don't sleep on this team. absolutely do not sleep on this team. They made it so incredibly close. Like you said, there's some clutch plays from everyone on Virtus.Pro side, but there's just as clutch plays from everyone on the side of Insomnia. Like that free K with the Meteor M was insane. If we hadn't been up against a Karmic Revival composition, that would have been a full hold. Like right then and there, that would have been a full hold. They did such a good job as well of being able to keep the Loki over the Cloak and Dagger, where the neutral was definitely weighted in the side of Virtus.Pro, and we even got to see there in the replays when Dredro was using that aggressive Eternal Bond all the way into Insomnia's spawn. It's immediately backed up by Phi just barraging in with the blasters, getting the Magneto bulwark so that everyone goes low, and it's Dredro who's the one who's able to come on through with those last hits. And speaking about coming on through, we're gonna be pulling one of those Virtus.Pro players on through to the interview room. Hello and welcome, Finzi.
Hello, thank you.
So, to get things started, because this was definitely a close series, did you expect this to be as close as it actually ended up being?
We haven't played them in a long time, so I actually had no clue how good they were. I expected it to be a bit easier. They played really well, but we won in the end, so that's what matters.
So you guys started adjusting your drafting style as the game went on to start picking up that Adam and taking it away from Insomnia. Is that targeted, or are you just like, are you just seeing Adam rise throughout the priority list here?
Well, we think Atom comps are really good, but when they get Atom and they get Loki, it's kinda makes it harder for us since they have the link for Atom and then they have Loki lamps as well, so they have a lot of survivability. So it makes it really rough if they have both. And since they first protect Loki, then we can't have to take out the Atom at the end.
And Dritter had some amazing Eternal Bonds coming on through where the team got to play super aggressively off of the back of those. How do those get coordinated? Is it essentially Dritter just saying, I'm ulting, everyone follow me?
Yeah. We just make a game plan before the fight and to go with his ult, and then we just all go with it together and we call one target and everyone focuses that target, and yeah, that's how we do it.
And you yourself leading the charge quite a few times with, of course, the Magneto, with the Doctor Strange for the quick reinforcements and landing that 6-man Eye of Agamotto that we literally just saw from that doorway hold. Who makes the communications for that? Are they communicating to you that they're coming through, drop it now, or are you just relying on instinct here?
Well, I saw them all rotate the right side, so I know they're gonna go up the ramp to get the high ground, so I just call I'm gonna fly above them and ult, and then I just do a 3, 2, 1, and we all just go at the same time. And since I get everyone, it's really easy to clean it up.
Speaking of ults, but not looking at the Strange, looking at the Magneto, Meteor M is an ultimate that gains a lot of value just from using it and being able to use it as a defensive, but getting a pick off of the back of it, that's something additionally extra, right? How would you try and play a Meteor M to look for a pick? Is that something specific that the team does to make it easier for you to land those?
No, we don't really make like some crazy plays to get a rock kill, but it's mostly waiting for the Atom link to be used or the Loki lamp, since if they have those things then you're really not going to get a kill with it, or a mag bubble. But I usually just use it defensively, but if I know they don't have Loki lamp, then maybe I call just go with mag ult, die with mag ult, and then we just focus on target and I mag ult it as well.
Let's look ahead now. You are in to the finals of your group, which means you have a rematch coming in against Rad. How much have you adjusted your playstyle to prepare for them after that first series, or is it just business as usual for Virtus.Pro?
I mean, we definitely changed some things after we lost against them last time, but we also just played really bad last time we played them. So I expect them to do well, but I think it's going to go differently than last time, for sure.
And while we have you here, there's been a lot of discussion and debate about who is the strongest team in the EMEA region. Obviously, Rad being able to pull a win against you goes to show their strengths, but then we also have the likes of Berber Patapim, who was rumored to be the team that everyone thought would be able to go toe-to-toe with you. In your professional opinion, who do you think is stronger out of those two opponents?
We haven't played Berber in like a few weeks now, so I'm not sure how good they are, but they look really good in their matches. So I think it's really even between them being the top two team. It's hard to say since we haven't played Berber in a long time.
Well, you may get the chance to play against them in the playoffs that are coming up. You just have one more series to go before we jump into that for your seed. But you have many opponents coming up with those playoffs, and many people have their eyes on Virtus.Pro. What do you have to say for your opponents and for those who are watching and rooting for you?
Thank you for all the support to the fans, and we're gonna do our best for the fans, and the enemy teams should be aware that we're back on our winning streak and we're not gonna let it stop this time.
Thank you so much for joining us, Finzi. Congratulations on the win. We'll let you get back to the rest of your day.
Thank you.
An intense day of matches. We saw an incredible performance from Zero Tenacity, while we did see All Business pop back up, showing that they have that potential and are prepared for these playoffs. Zero Tenacity did take that 3-0. Then we saw this match where a lot of people, well, me and you were on the money, a lot of people would go in saying, it's Virtus.Pro. With Insomnia, they said it themselves. We didn't know they were that good.
Yeah, I mean, they did, like you said, say it themselves. Insomnia have definitely been one of these teams that have taken a lot of people by surprise. I would say both they and Zero Tenacity have been surprising people with their results. And it's definitely led to some very surprising results when we look at our overall bracket to see how these matches have impacted. As, like you said to Finzi, it's rematch time. Rad versus VP, the team that took Virtus.Pro down. They go head-to-head for the group finals of Group B.
Insomnia will be joining Peps in that bracket in the playoffs, already seeded. So Rad and Virtus.Pro will be competing for the higher seed for potentially that easier run, but it means more than that. Rad, they want to prove it wasn't a fluke. They said it themselves. Virtus.Pro, they said it's going to go differently. They need to prove it to themselves that they are still the top dog. As we head into what is going to be an incredible set of games tomorrow. And of course, we have Group A as well. Another rematch. Zero Tenacity, they put on an incredible run through that upper bracket before finally running to Berber, who just showed up. But Zero Tenacity, after a 3-0, are back for round 2.
And I mean, they have so many different compositions too. Like, Berber and Zero Tenacity are two teams that you can never really ban them out of everything. So that match has the potential to go the full distance between the two, as it just becomes a back and forth of each of them taking the other to their comfort picks and their comfort ban sides coming on through. I cannot wait to get to see the likes of Tanuki go head to head with Knudsen.
I cannot wait as well. We've got so many incredible matchups coming in. With, again, the playoffs are next week. Tomorrow, we find out those final seedings and a preview of what could be some EMEA representation and some incredible playoffs matches. Berber Patapim versus Zero Tenacity, Rad versus Virtus.Pro. Any of these four teams, looking at how they've played, we could easily say, yes, they will be the winners. They will represent EMEA at the mid-season. But the fact is, there's only so many spots and they all have to fight for it, and all of them are hungry.
Yeah, I mean, EMEA has been definitely the closest that it's been since the beginning of Marvel Rivals Esports. Like you said, anyone could walk away with that win tomorrow. And it's really going to come down to which of these teams is better prepared, which of them have gone and looked at how the other teams have played, found out the playstyle and adjusted coming into tomorrow with a game plan to force the other side out of their comfort zone.
But those are tomorrow's games. Tonight, you still have the Americas. Tomorrow morning, you have Oceania, and you have Asia, and you have China, if anyone's doing the co-streaming of it. There is so much Marvel Rivals esports content coming up for you, and next week, the playoffs begin. So make sure you tune in tomorrow to find out what those seedings will be. But for us, that's going to be it for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, from Moxie and I, thank you so much for watching. Make sure to check out the Binary Iron Fist and the Phoenix Moon Knight skins, and make sure you check out those drops. Keep watching Americas if you haven't got them yet. From us, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you all next time.